Good afternoon and welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146. It's Wednesday, the 4th of January 2023, and we're back to play Anno 1800 again, which I've been looking forward to since the last session. In the last one we did a lot of learning, trying out different tools or parts of the game that we hadn't looked at before, like the docklands, like the haciendas at the end. Excuse me. So today I'd like to kind of continue that pathway, taking what we've learned from those tools and applying it to our empire to try and improve things. Continuing the focus on increasing our investor population and our artista population, and streamlining things on the islands that they're focused around, I think, and then after gaining that experience, applying the tools of the game to those areas, move on perhaps to revisit the Arctic and Besa, which at the moment I think improving them is a bit too complicated, a bit more complicated as far as the locations go. So I'm not sure if we'll be looking at them today or not, but we're definitely going to look at New World and the Cape as we have been so far. Did have a pretty big coughing fit just before going live, so I'm expecting I'll be coughing a lot through the stream, but hopefully it settles down after a while and we can just get on with things. Let's hop back in and work out what we were halfway through when we ended the last stream. We were working on our little hacienda patch down here that we were just trying it out to learn about it. That needs upgrading. I think we are waiting on our flagship, because we'd sent it to go and buy some useful people. There he is. Speed time up to get him over to the island. So we unload the ones we bought. I think we're putting Herman and the Arborist in the one we've done. Mrs. Brown was perhaps for the next one, from memory. We'll see. Sort this newspaper out.
Doesn't indeed taste half as bad as they
The
say.
same as we've always been getting, so no change there. No sudden positivity, unfortunately. Okay, and then this trade union, which is covering the 6 farms. And to put in Herman. It doesn't affect all of the farms, so I think we do need to split it into 2, even though we don't necessarily need all of that agriculture right now. We'll overproduce, it's no big deal. And the Arborist as well. Yeah, you can see how they're not affecting the 2 in the bottom right, because they're not highlighted blue, so... we'll probably move these sugar cane into a different cluster of 6. And we may well redesign this as well. It'd be good to have these 2 warehouses in the middle instead of out the end. Or these 2 out the end instead of in the middle, so it's all the same. We shall see. That last person does affect the sugarcane ones. But it would be better for them to be affecting 6 sugarcane ones instead of just 2, I guess. I mean, we can put them there for now while we work on other things. It's no big deal. This ought to leave us with a some big positive production on certain points. For example, we're making red peppers over here for no reason. 1 unit of them. the sugarcane production from those 2 farms is 28 and we only need 12,
These
so
fabled land
that is actually overkill now. Saltpeter production, that's different. So count chop production. I think we did tear that down from where it was previously. Yeah, we did, it was here. We'll change the trade route, hopefully. Yeah, so it's collecting from the new place now. Though there are, I am aware, things that we can do on the Capes Island in order to not need that trade route at all. Coffee production is in excess as well. Tobacco, though I think, so producing up to 6 and 2 is required. In tobacco we still have, yeah, fields. So some is being produced by the arborist. 1 tobacco every 5 cycles on all, no, just the 4 farms that are there, which is part of the reason to make sure all 6 are affected, maximise things like that tobacco production. That's, so if I pause these, I'm not sure if we can do without them, so rather than just delete them, I'm going to pause them and then check our stats again. There it is. So even with them paused,
your betters. Let down again.
we can produce 3, or yeah, we can. Yeah, because there it is, it's doing it. Out of the 2, so we don't need those actual farms. We're producing enough from the arborist to supply what we're doing at the moment, which is very, very few cigars, but that's all we needed, I suppose. It's cocoa. The other productions are quite positive, so the only ones that we couldn't generate either from people or from the farms themselves are cotton and plantains. Wonder if there is an item or something that we may discover that will allow us to move them in as well, and that produces cotton affected by them. Don't know. The other thing that these 2 items are doing is reducing the number of field modules required, so we can actually cut them back, redo them perhaps. Let's slow time down while we do that. So they're not affecting the sugarcane ones, so we'll have to leave those in the bottom right, unless we move them now. Might do that. If we know we don't need those, let's remove them. Let's move our plantains to the other side of the road for a minute. I'd like to move all of these out of the way as well. We'll use this space for hacienda farms. See if we can squeeze everything up here, maybe. Probably. Let's try that. It's also a warehouse. Don't think we need both. Might do those farms as well. If we put that in the middle instead. There, move all these into it. Fertilizer. Put that near the hacienda because it's relevant to that. Put a road up there. Hacienda over the road as well. We can remove that warehouse. And I suppose ideally we put them down here to squeeze it into the space because that was a sensible thing to do with the space we had. If I'm going to move them out here, I might want to make everything square. We might want to change all this as well. Actually, these are all left over from where their fields were taken out. We don't need that warehouse or that. We can move these to join this patch of stuff. Got firehouse there. Let's one here just in case. Don't need that either. Let's take that away. I mean, even much of these roads are probably not in ideal locations. We can go with it for now, though. We know that's kind of... No, even so. We know this road coming down is like unlikely to move, so let's work off that. Remove the others. Try and fit a group like that over here in some fashion. I'm going to leave them running. We can just create a new set, so we're going to need... I'll easily copy. Comes with the farms, which we don't necessarily want. We'll just start a new one. Hacienda Farm. We'll just pick whatever for now. It can be coffee.
They don't need us.
Actually, this one we know is not going to be coffee. It's going to be Hacienda Sugarcane Farm, Hacienda Corn Farm. The things that can be affected. So I guess we'll do 3 sugar, 3 corn, as we have no particular need for anything. So give it a silo that uses the fertilizer and the tractor barn that uses the fuel, but
I can
fuel
teach
coverage
you
will
how
definitely
it
cover
works.
over here. That's fine. So we want 3 of them, then 3 that are corn. We want trade union, useful items. Probably a fire station. And probably not a police station. It fit nicely there, but it's unlikely to be necessary. I mean, with it, it's got no riot chance. It probably has a low. If we can generally improve our empire and the happiness within it, then riot chance will probably stop being a problem for us. 4 fully upgraded warehouses was the guess of what we would need over here. But then that one is overloaded, whereas this one is unused. So they're not balancing it very well if they're located like that. That's why I'd like to move them all in, or all out. But in would be nicest to make something self-contained and square. Turn that around. Be trying to fit 4 warehouses and those 2 buildings somehow in the middle. Something like that might be okay. Trade union should really be central for coverage, though. That covers fine with that kind of spacing, and they can in fact come one closer. Like so. So all 6 farms are covered. That won't be ideal. It'd be better if they put the silo and the tractor barn, they need to touch the road. as does the main building. If we come this way round, the road can stop there instead of needing to run all the way up. So it would be possible to use those 5 spots for the actual farm. Not that that's likely to matter. But there we go. Just get another sweet for my throat before I cough again. Okay. So if this is going to be our corn and sugar, that item doesn't affect the number of field modules. I can build out on the basis of the default number, which is 96. Try and do the central one central first would be my thought. It's 88. It's 90. So 96. Do like that, which is relatively square. And if we fill that much in, it's 34. Too much to go too wide. Go 3 wide, it's a little off. Doesn't line up amazingly. I'm going to try changing the one before again, make it a bit fatter and wider. So it doesn't end completely square. That's not bad. Gives a square end. On this side that's fine, it blocks the road and that can be the back side, but the front, if it's going to be symmetrical, that means that the road would be blocked and wouldn't be able to attach, so ideally the road would be clear. Would be best. I guess we can make everything longer and make it straight. Not sure it'll fit in that. Let's temporarily move this out of the way. Or if we went for very tall and thin. That, just move those last 2 over. Still wants to go quite a lot further, that one, so let's bring it over to the middle of here as well, like that really. It does leave a little gap at the back, but it's not too bad. I've somehow not made that symmetrical. Yeah, one more over. There we go. So it has that little one missing at the back. Which is really not bad at all. That looks quite square at first glance, so can be happy with that. But I'm pretty sure if we were to try and fit that on the end here, we're not going to fit the farms on the other side. So it needs to be shorter and fatter than that, really, I think. Like the one we did here is. And again, what we ought to do is squeeze it in around the weird shape of the shoreline and maximise the space, but
if there's no play,
just not my personal preference is all. If we can make something nice and square and neat and pretty, then I'd rather do that and waste the space. We're probably not going to need every square of this island in order to be fine.
Storeroom's full, boss.
That being the case, we're back to that previous approach. Make that a bit wider. that size in the middle. That leaves us with 2 extra bits, which we could, you know, we could do this and then send the road around it, which I'm not against if it fits otherwise. Could be the best option with this number of fields. Just fill this side in 2. It's not bad. And the space in between here is going to be wasted anyway, unless we can flatten it off, which we just saw we can't without making one side wider is I suppose the other option. If we, let's do it on the other side in order to visualize it. If we make this top end the front, so it's going to be flat there. Too bad, and then this one will be like the same but heading down, which leaves this one like capping off the end, but we can't do particularly squarely, no. Not totally terrible. Might be better up the side or on the end. Either way, seems pretty good, although let's just check the length of it because I'm still not sure it's going to fit in this gap. It will. It will. We'll need to adjust a couple of the fields to not be even. In fact, might move it back quite a lot and adjust the fields quite a lot. And actually do fill into the shoreline because it is best practice, I guess. Put it in up against the shoreline and then leave enough space to maybe let's adjust this side to match. And try and get a good spot to line that up in that gap. Far down, 2 bits down. That. So like that. Could try them the other way round. I think we fit 2. One down here, like that, or up, pushing to the right, yeah. Like there. Would we theoretically fit another one that way? We'd lose, looks like about 4 spots in the top right that can be moved quite easily. In fact, we could push it further to the right, perhaps. We move it to the right like that, we lose about 5 spots, but we can fit those in that shape. There's going to be close to losing and gaining, or losing and having available a similar number. That might be too far. with the amount of field lost against what we can fit squarely. So I think there. Then each farm's going to need a few extra fields adding in, so that can fill that space like that. This one wants to reach up like that. It's lucky, that is 96 on each of them. And square, and then this one is at 90. So there we go. That fits well there, and then we will be able to fit another one opposite it, should we need to. It won't be a redesign of this one because this is going to have fewer fields. It's not going to be the same size as this. So that one I don't want to put opposite. This we just need to connect. I'm going to go this way. They just need the fuel, which covers this far. So that's fine. And then we're going to want to move Mrs. Brown over to this one instead. There we go. And we're going to want to change these farms to do coffee, cocoa, or probably not kelp choc, because we're intending to reduce our requirement on that. Possibly coffee so that we can move it off the other island. Or it's cocoa for chocolate and ice cream. One of each. For now, as considering it doesn't, none of it's required right now. We can adjust it later. No real consequence. So that's all fine, but we are going to reorganise it. And here we're going to upgrade the warehouses, which is going to need more bricks and steel. Bricks we're making here, slowly, I guess, but we're making them. Steel we're not, so we're going to need to go on a... or organise a resupply, which is best done using that giant airship we've got. We can find him. That one. Yeah, his icon was just funny. He's just leaving, so yeah, that's paused it. Just leaving to head back to the New World, so he's got the correct local mail already. Just want to give him, fill him up with steel, I guess. That's all we really need there at the moment. Just resume that route and remember to catch him the other end to unload him. That's fine. I want to check in on the docklands, but I want to finish what I'm halfway through before I try and juggle too much at once. So I want to reorganise this one. So it's a similar style to this, but smaller. So we'll probably just try and fit it next to it. So if I, on this occasion, slow the time down. Let's remove warehouses temporarily. We use those materials to upgrade the ones that are in use. The inbound materials can redo these ones in their new homes. It's good, just want to rotate that so they're all looking the same. Good. Let's remove the police station. Gonna have trade union in the fire station in the middle. The 4 warehouses, and then these farms that are here. I just want to kind of wipe out all the fields because they're too big. Okay. Just want to, I guess, move them up. Let's get the middle spacing right. Like These are going to have to come wider apart to fit. Gap for the road. Warehouses on the edges. Station. Set back one to get the coverage. Okay, so those can move over to touch. That should cover all 6, which it does. Try and create a square edge like we did on the other one, but we need to run a road that touches the trade union to get the effect to work. I don't think you do, actually. Why does this say 96 still? Am I perhaps crazy? It doesn't affect coffee? No. Hacienda Coffee Farm is affected. Hacienda Coffee Farm is affected. And it's highlighted blue.
There's nowhere to take it.
So they shouldn't be requiring 96 because that's the default. They should be 30% less than that. In my understanding of how these items work. Oh, like this one has been reduced to 58. 58 on this side. It's highlighted it blue, but it's not actually affecting it, is it? Interesting, which means they're not actually affecting these. Also outside the range of the Hacienda itself, which I haven't considered the effect that will have. Okay. That one is, yeah, running okay, so that's in range and happy. This as well, so they see in the range now. Thing to say that they're outside of the trade union range. Unless their productivity is 20% less than this guy. Which we can't see because there's no spare storage, so it's not actually running. Well, there you can see Mrs. Brown the cultivator is affecting it. Here, Mrs. Brown the cultivator is affecting it.
The land
So
has
here,
to be prepared first.
Herman and the arborist are apparently affecting it twice. This one not at all. Interesting. So what would we affect? 96 take away 30% is around 60 is what it is, so they're not affecting it twice. I don't really know why that has happened. It's, what if we swap these round just for the sake of trying to get it to work? So these guys say they are affected and these guys say they are affected. Interesting, not sure why. There we go. They're still saying it twice, but no big deal. As long as they are all affected, this should now be, okay, that's at 76. Whereas that's at 58.
Let old Beryl take her slice.
We just go buy that share back so I don't forget it. Be confused now. Was 96 on this guy? It says here that it's being affected, reducing it by 20%, reducing it by 10%. Unless this side really is affected by it twice. That, I mean, that wouldn't be the case. It is 96 and I do not know what is going on with it. Let's leave that, sort the rest out, and then deal with it. We know that the coverage is okay because this one is functioning, so we just build to 58 and then see what's going on. 58 would be that. Yeah, that's not ideal. That. Guess we want, I mean, the height, how we're looking now, north to south, we kind of want the same to be squaring up. Do we like move those to here maybe? Little bit funny, but no big deal. That one coming round. No, because that's like way more than we need, yeah. Okay. It's going to be substantially different shape. Just put the roads in for seeing where they end. We come further down. It's 59. It will come further. 58. So I had 2 there, and then it's 52. Again, not ideal, but that's similar to how it is there anyway. It's no big deal. Same on the other side, and all good, I guess. Find some way of squaring it off more. I mean, for example, if we were to pull that back, juggle a few bits in the middle here. Needs just a little bit more, 58 like that. That's at 50, so it needs another 8. It's 57, which is not great. There we go. That is 58, so that's kind of perfect. Yeah. That'll fit there, and it will be the same depth, but not quite, I guess, because the extra bit on the end of the other one, but close enough. We can make it one deeper. A bit of a fiddle. I mean, we can, because that is one deeper. So let's take a look at trying to do the same thing. Slice one end off and then adjust all these a little bit. It's 58. Like that would be best, although that's there is 58. That is more than is needed. That'd be like that, just fine. All good, really. That, so that they're touching, the problem will be if we want to do the same opposite, if we eventually need that much production and we put the same opposite, how do we get the hacienda to cover it? We can do it from here, I guess. We'll be okay. Yeah. I think over there needs covering at the moment, but shouldn't need it at all. That seems fine. If that is distance enough for the mirrored one. It is. It's one more than is needed, so that's good. Or will be good.
Why to
Coverage is
take
fine.
time?
Yeah. That's fine then. Do we need? We need to. Goblin Shark 2. We're in slowdown mode, so we shouldn't have a problem. Got the whole map to come across. In fact, we can catch him now if we pause and send him over manually.
Onward.
And he won't fly away before I'm able to unload all that steel. So yeah, we just need to mirror this on this side. So this is just skipping that bottom corner one. Then it should square off. Good. This one fills in that bit and then this, I think. Looks right. This one fills the gap. That. So yeah, that's all fine. It's just this one.
No more
These
space here.
ones are complaining about not having all the fields. I mean, these ones now want 96. So again, these guys are affected twice. These guys are not affected at all, even though they're definitely in range. Let's remove the people. Speed time, let it flow just for a minute. And try putting them back in and see if it wakes up. So, these guys are affected. These guys are affected twice, apparently. These guys are still asking for 76, which I don't think is right. You have 96. Bring up a calculator. 96 less 9.6, and again
I have things to do.
76.8. Yeah, so it's like they're only being affected by Herman and not the Arborist. If you do it again, it should be 68. Interesting. And not
What can I do for you?
58. Should be 68, not 58. It seems to be some kind of bug. But I don't know what's causing it. What's caused this side to behave perfectly fine and this one not. Something about those people in particular.
These fabled lands exist.
Don't know. Means it's not right and it's not working right, I guess. Doing the math myself, I get to 68, so we will need to redo this to fit 10 more on each. But that won't be possible over here because it's not going to let us build more than 58. It thinks that's what it should have.
Think of all the good times we've had.
Unless that maths is done differently, unless it removes the 30% before adding the 50%, which could end up with a different number. If it removes the 30%, adds the 50% and then removes 30% again, we could end up with a different number. Neither of which seem to be correct. So I don't know about that. I'm very confused. I just need to leave it to it for a while, and why don't we remove the people? They're still getting the buff even though I've removed the people. Why don't we tear the whole lot down and start again? That is sure to make it work right.
Your people are rioting.
Let's deal with that riot first. This damn island again. That police station should reach. Not really. Move him around the corner. No, can't move him around the corner. Leave it there and let them deal with it. There we go. Okay, big Zeppelin's here. Let's unload him. But can't fit it all.
You've left the
Let's add another depot, I guess. We should put a docklands on this island. And I'm thinking about building things on the shorefront here, but there we go, it's fine. Solves the immediate problem. We'll come to that later. That is unloaded and he can resume his usual business. Okay. Back to here. We're going to start again. We're going to put new cinder farm down. Not there. Need to be set back a bit, don't they? So we're going to have 2 coffee.
Played all the rancheras I know.
2 coffees, 2 cocos. Two Count Chocks. There we go. Give them a tractor barn and a silo. Tractor barn and a silo. Let's build them facing the same way though, for the sake of yeah, turn him round, making it look pretty. Same this side, so inverse tractor barn at the top, that one there. There we go.
The strike has ended.
Good. And then if we're having trouble before, I want to not have it flipped. Assume that we can get it working this time instead, so we'll put them back where they should be.
Your city has grown more beautiful.
Put the people in. See if these new farms are behaving. Well, they're all doing the same thing now, at least. I still don't think that's the right number. If we had 96, take 9.6 twice for the 20% from Herman, we'd be at 77. And even if it did like 10% of that number, would be at 70 or 69. So unless it does it the other way round, takes the 30% off and then adds the 50%. That could be how you get to 76. Not sure of that maths. If we have 96 and we want 2/3 of it, we're going to take 30% of that away and then add 50% on, would be at 68. And we're at 76. Doesn't matter which way around you do it, that's not the right number. If I take the arborist away, we're at 83. If I take Ermin away, we are at 96. If I add just the arborist, we're at 89. 96 take away 10% is not 89. Maybe something about the tooltip is wrong, or perhaps the way it's calculated is just something completely different. I don't know. At least now they appear to be behaving how they should, just getting to a number that I disagree with, so we can just work with what this number is, and then there you go. Try and fit things square as we can again. 76 this time, so it is going to have to be a bit wider. Let's try do that as our first attempt. Then like that. That's much wider than it's going to need to be. If we're coming 4 spaces down, then that's kind of like the biggest that one can be. So we can work around that. This and build this one down the back. It's not a bad way of doing it. A little bit missing off the corner instead of... Yes, I mean it's similar to how we've done that. Make it the same by just cutting that in a different shape. That is a very funny shape, but there we go. It's at least consistent if we do that. That's fine by me. Unless we square this one off and have this one be the funny shape. Let's try that. No, because that one pokes a little bit as well. That won't happen. Let's not worry about it. Just do it like that.
The land has to be prepared.
Recreating that's going to be difficult. That, and then 2, 3, 4 to there. Then that is just 2 down. 3 down on the outside, 2 down on the next one, like that. Yeah, that one fits there, and then this one fills in all those little bits. Perfect. Just gonna move that over. It all will be within range of that, which it is. It's all in range of the fuel, which is fine. And each is covered by their trade union. Although now that I've moved them, these ones on the right are saying they get the effect twice. So there is a bug there, isn't there? Clearly, something about picking up and moving maybe the trade union or maybe the farm itself. It's going to bother me if it's wrong, I guess. So I would quite like to rebuild them, or can we? Yeah, it's kind of like stamped the effect on it, so it's not the trade union that's at issue. I am gonna try and get them right. That is coffee. That is coffee. That is cocoa. tractor barns. And they need silos. Fields. V-shaped ones. Outside edges, yeah, 3 and then... No, not going to get that right. 3 and then 2 and then all the way. And it's 4 across in total. That's all the way, that's 2 and that's 3. Something not right there. For what? What goes there? And then it's 4. Okay, so that's all the way. Of course, they should be touching, shouldn't they? That one's in the wrong spot. And that ends there, perfect. That fills in the gap. Good. They're in the right place, they've got the right numbers, they're behaving properly, I hope. We can just consider what we're going to put in the last item slot, or the last 2 on this one. I wonder if what I didn't consider is whether we can get 2 of the same item in the same trade union. You can get 2 of the same item, just don't know if you can put them together. It would kind of be worth on this one, just having 3 Mrs. Browns. This one there is like a generic, I can't remember his name, but I think it's an epic item that's just generically good. Adds productivity, reduces maintenance costs, that kind of thing. I guess if we can get a second, I would say a second arborist. It'll mean shrinking the things down again if it behaves properly, but it would give us the extra tobacco that might become relevant at some point. Let's head over to the people shop and see what we can find. We're all good and connected, then we can run time. Yeah, no hassles now. Everyone should be happy with what they're getting. Do want to sort out beer down here. It's another thing that can be solved with an item or with other methods. We don't want to juggle too much, so I'd like to finish off these 2 hacienda points and then go look at the docklands, see how things are going there.
I can teach you how it works.
It's good, just guess taking some time to get the fuel to those tractors. These need upgrading. The steel arrived. Just gotta wait for us to make the bricks.
Stand aside, boss. Don't get dirty.
Not sure where the brick yard is. Or am I crazy and we're using that clay for something different? We are making bricks on this island, just not very quickly. Must be something else that uses clay. Jumps out at me, but using 6 clay and only 2 bricks, pretty sure that means we're using it somewhere else. Oh yeah, for helium, of course. Actively using the helium for anything, but we do want it. This must be where we're making the bricks by this clay pit, which is not electrified. We could, for the sake of streamlining, move this one over to the electrified portion of road. Why not? Could put another one in if we're backlogged on helium, but looks like we're not. Getting enough industrial lubricants. I got the ratio wrong there. Yes. Producing 2 and the potential demand is 4. Helium production is at 4. Interesting. What's the other part of helium? Clay, which we know is good, so we just didn't make enough industrial oil. Ah. I may have been banking on that getting electrified on the basis that I built it so close to where the electricity is, but it can't be. So let's move it out to where the orchards are, because it has a similar, needs to grow the trees in a similar manner. Although it can leave an orchard space there, build this one closer. Still at 100% here. Let's move it up a bit. Actually, let's move it. Yeah, let's not affect the orchards. So start here. We should be able to build the second one pretty close, if I can find it. There it is. That's 99% if I put them directly opposite, which is no good. Move that one back as well. Fit a warehouse between without upsetting either. Yeah. We can fit a warehouse right next to it without upsetting them, apparently. See if that's still the case when we've actually constructed this with shorter bricks, of course. Why don't we just go on a brick run from another island and speed that up. Because I brought my man over here. He's arrived, so let's do this first, and then we can do a brick run after. So another arborist, more of Mrs. Brown. Let me just check what they look like. See if I can notice them quicker. The arborist is that blue one with a hat. Mrs. Brown, epic with a bonnet. There. There. There's an arborist, so we can try that. It's almost worth reading all of them and seeing what other cool things we can do with as we try to improve things using items. Perhaps a bit premature. What's this? This is another one that affects sugar and corn farms. Produces cocoa. That's unnecessary because we can grow the cocoa directly. Just increases productivity, so yeah, worse. It's the epics that we want, I suppose. Although the arborist is not epic. Complicated one. I see it replaces New World inputs with Enbessen inputs. Bit weird. Suppose we should use the arborist to check if we can do what I'm thinking, because I don't believe we can, so spend just a bit more money looking for other items, and then we can check whether it's possible using the arborist. And I think this is the other guy I was thinking of. Yeah, it's a generic boost to all things. Worth having that. Probably worth having one of them in each, so if we could get a second one of ferrous, that would be good. There's Herman, which I don't want again. What's this? Lumberjack huts to make cotton would be an interesting way in removing our cotton farms, but I don't think an effective way. Don't believe. Farms are more productive, don't particularly need that. Shipyards. Make more beef. Could be interesting. That's another way of solving that. A tortilla maker uses fish oil instead of beef. I kind of want beef on the island in order to get milk on the island because that will reduce a trade route, so it's not... That's interesting. It's good to know that exists. We may look at that at a later point. I think we're reaching the end of how much I want to spend on re-rolling, so I do want increased attack range items in general, in case we ever do end up doing another fight, because attack range seemed very powerful. So let's just take that for now. Bring this ship back with those items. Finish off those lines of thought before doing the next. Gonna build in the industrial oil press first to fix that production. Just double check it's still at 100%. It is. Good. Can stay there then. Of course, we're probably running out of bricks because we've started building brick roads instead of dirt ones. It's likely the cause. Good, okay. Need those items that speed up time and bring them over. Move this unnecessary bit of road for now. Do tidying all this up as well.
We need raw materials.
I was also very tempted to change how we're doing this.
I have you down as a wine.
And stop our trade routes from waiting to load. So I'm going to go through them all and disable that, and we'll see over time whether that is a mistake or not. I think it's causing more trouble than it's helping, so disable it everywhere. And if that's wrong, then hopefully we'll see pretty quickly that it is wrong and why. I think things will flow better and we'll get fewer queues at the docks if we tell everyone to just go back and forth. Unload what they can, load what they can each trip, as long as the I keep hitting cancel, don't know, it's the wrong button. As long as the production rate is correct. It shouldn't matter. I think, you know, like I say, we'll find out. So let's do it and click the right button this time. It's fine. Also do today want to look at items that might remove some of these trade lines. So we know the Docklands will let us get New World goods to the Cape without a trade route. That's one method. I believe there are other items that might change the production chains we're doing in the Cape in order to remove the need for the goods from the New World, which in turn lets us stop producing them here and stop shipping them over. Priority on that would probably be rum, because the demand for it is pretty high. Okay, but at least relatively high on all the islands here in the New World as well. They want it for local consumption. Okay, almost there. Just a few more to check. Those are all fine. Yeah. There, that's all the routes sorted out. They're no longer waiting, so we shouldn't see those queues forming at docks, and we can probably remove a bunch of piers without issue. Okay, let's get these items onto the island. We'll keep this safe on the island for now. Find it later if we ever do need to militarize again. Okay, so can we add an arborist to the arborist? No. You cannot duplicate an item within the same trade union. That's fine. Good to know. We'll keep it safe, because if we are going to have a second cluster like this opposite or whatever, we will want one. Go. Got all the bricks there fully upgraded now. Got enough in that time, so we didn't need to go get any from other islands. Let's get this pirate out of our hair. Start with a ceasefire, then get peace. A bit more expensive than usual, but that's fine. Do anything. We saw in the last session that gaining an individual island was a lot easier economically than by military, so I'm inclined to start trying to buy islands, all the islands. That will require like buying an island and then boosting their diplomatic opinion back up to a safe level to buy the next one, which might involve doing like lots of side quests, and every time they like us enough, buying one of their islands out. Juggling that might be more of a pain than a large-scale military campaign to take multiple islands. Don't know. Okay. So we've still got, what was his name? Ferris. We'll put him into that spot. Further increased productivity, reduced workforce, reduced maintenance. It's all good stuff, just generally good stuff. So we could do with another Ferris to go in here. We can't put another Mrs. Brown in. So I don't know what that last spot. I guess we're just going to have to read more items to try and find one that will help us there. We can do a little search for
No more space here.
things that affect hacienda, corn and sugar. So we just type hacienda sugar, if we spell it right. Check the unknown ones as well. So we've got some that affect all production buildings, of course. Reduced workforce, we don't need the electricity. New World crop farms. I guess, okay. It's good to know that all New World crop farms includes hacienda crop farms. They'll produce, well, 30% productivity is pretty good. Extra peppers, potatoes, grapes, not particularly fussed about at the moment. Interesting though, where does that come from? Just a generic, can't buy them, but you can get them as a generic person reward. Rescue mission and so on, okay. Just generic productivity increase, could be good. Make it produce gold, seems a bit, have an immediate use for that, but an interesting one. Reduced workforce probably isn't too much of an issue, they're not using that much workforce. Increased productivity would be better than that. Force them to produce cigars directly is interesting, though 1 every 25 cycles isn't amazing. I mean, they're working very fast, so they're getting quite quick. It's vaguely interesting. That's transmuted in the Arctic. There's another person who's just generically good. If we're going to have beckoning, we might as well have ferrous, although in this case we've got 2 slots. We could have a ferrous and a beckoning. What's the difference there? Activity 25 is a lot less, so he's more focused on workforce. Okay. 25% maintenance is pretty good, but I don't think these farms are particularly expensive, so I'm not worried about that. Lots of fires, not necessarily. There's a fire station right there. Interesting. Oh, of course. But isn't it somewhat redundant to provide sugarcane fertility to a hacienda sugarcane farm because they don't require fertility? Bit weird. 50% productivity, so that would be better than him. It's quite significant. What's that? Miraculous steel plough is... I mean, quest would be a long shot, so research. We need to research the miraculous steel plough. We can look at that as possible. 50% productivity, probably worth it. That sea drill, which is
remains at high tide,
strictly
so
worse.
it cannot be seen.
Hello V, good afternoon. Nice to see you again. You doing alright today? It's fair or interesting. It's another one you can't just outright buy, so if we're going to research, we'd rather research the steel plough. Then I think 70% productivity is interesting, but adding 35% modules is too much. Way too much. Then we're just looking at like strictly worse items because they're not epic. So my preference would be to get a ferrous and a miraculous steel plough. So we're going to look for one of these at the Research Institute while sending our guys to try and buy a ferrous. Let's see if prices reset. So we'll do a couple of rounds trying to find another ferrous here. There's a purple item with funny clothes on. Saw that one, didn't we? Yeah. Seemed to be coming up. Quite interested in that one as well. Legendary. Constable Chaos makes police headquarters. Headquarters. I don't think that's the normal one we build. That might be like the upgraded one. Instead of providing them police equipment, they get advanced weapons. That, I guess, simplifies that a bit. Interesting. Not immediately needed. Big white flag. We want to... Not necessarily. Let's just get the ones we need at this point. Substitutes the workforce for tortilla maker, Yalea kitchen. Maybe we want Aleros instead and reduces the need. Again, lots of distractions possible when I'm doing this. One more, and he's not come up, so we'll go do something else and then come back in 5 minutes when the price of resetting has gone back down.
That fell into place.
I'm doing good, glad to hear that. Uni work to do, of course, always is. Good luck with it. How am I today? I'm good. I started the stream an hour ago, really coughing quite badly. But then, like, here we are, an hour of talking away, and my throat's fine. So I have no idea what's going on with this cough. It's just weird every day. Throat sweets, I've had one so far. See, I'm trying. Galazara said yesterday about sometimes you keep coughing even though you don't need to because it's kind of in your head. So I'm trying to like only have them if I'm absolutely sure I need them, rather than just like going through hundreds of throat sweets every day when I might be making it worse. Because it's fine right now. I don't remember coughing in the last half hour or so. I'll check first whether I've already found this and not noticed it. So we're looking for an epic item that looks like a plough, which is definitely not there. It's mostly people, of course. So that's fine. We will research. I guess it's going to be a technological advancement and probably an industrial technology. So if we keep unlocking lots of these things, we'll hopefully get to it at some point. And also see some other interesting things, I guess. See, that's pretty cool. Increased oil well productivity is good. Increased productivity of orchards. But they have to take dung. That's interesting. Doesn't seem like a good payoff if you've got the space to spare. Technological. Let's see. The Arctic. Increased productivity. Interesting. Good afternoon, Commander. Commander Ella, nice to see you. Hope you're doing well today. Generic stuff. Get Rich Quick Volume 5. Peaks. Artisan workshops. More productive. Okay. There are 470 of these items. I guess I'm going to find quite a few that are interesting. Been lurking and working for a while. Don't remember me coughing at all. Good. I must be getting gradually better over time then. Don't want to say that really, because that would probably mean I'd spend the next hour coughing non-stop. You know. That's an interesting item as well, how it can just give everyone electricity but increases their chance of blowing up, which I feel like it might be worth one of those items in a bunch of fire stations, rather than trying to ship the oil everywhere. Reduced workforce needed, that could be useful in some of the spots we've got where we've got lots of people working. Yeah, I just coughing again there. I knew it would happen if I said I was feeling better. Apiary suit. We do have apiaries, yeah, in Bessa, of course. Keep going, I guess, and fingers crossed we get what I'm after. There's a balanced plough, which is the rare one, so we want like the epic version of that. Legendary book about hand pollination. Interesting. Orchards, okay. And with productivity. Secateurs, so lumberjacks, hunters, woodcutters, and the oil press. Increased productivity. Greenhouse that improves, just generically improves end basin farms. And cookhouse productivity. Guess we haven't really increased our population in the Arctic enough to think it's worth it, but it may be as things grow up there. There's Get Rich Quick Volume 4. That causes chemical plant, lemonade, chewing gum, artisans, cognac, all drink production, and the fertilizer works to make ethanol. Which could be helpful. We want ethanol for one of the next things we need to produce. There's quite a few things that affects that it could work on. Don't know. Let's have another throat sweet. I can feel it tickling away again. Seal hunting, generic productivity. Okay. Still got plenty of research points to work our way through looking for this plough. Fertility items, don't really need them, but here we. No, that's the other one. That's the seed drill. So at least if we fail completely, we've got that unlocked. There's the uncommon plough. Concrete productivity. All food production productivity and reduced fire chance. It's kind of nice. So as a generic thing, maybe to fill out a slot if we were doing something else. Productivity of all mines. That could be a useful thing in the future. Elevator. Another orchard boost. The last one we can immediately afford. Okay. Oh, the legendary Get Rich Quick Volume 8. Assembly lines and artisan workshops, 55% boost. Don't think we've seen any of those buildings yet, but 55% is a big boost. Fertilizer works. Interesting. 90% reduced productivity, increased workforce, increased cost, added attractiveness. Instead of the usual workforce, which I'm not sure what the usual workforce is, but it'll be obreros. I think the usual is jornaleros, so you need the higher level people. Instead of making dung, it will make Arctic gas, which is kind of really interesting. Also produces 14 fertilizer every cycle. It's really interesting. It's weird that they didn't do that the other way round. Like, could have just made an extra goods Arctic gas on the fertilizer that was like 1 per cycle, and you get the same kind of outcome without being quite so confusing. There we go. Okay, we can't afford the next one, so we'll need to give some time to restocking research points. We didn't find the epic plough we were after, so we'll have to come back. Probably took long enough there that we've reset the costs. On this shop we have, so we can look for another ferrous, which is a epic item, kind of weird green clothes on. There he is. We will grab that. And bring him over to the island. Speed time up as well, I guess. Get those research points quicker. We should now be overproducing a bunch of stuff here that we can change things around with, like the corn, for example. I'm not really sure how we'll change things around. What about the coffee? So we're overproducing by 14 coffee beans, which would allow us seemingly to make 14 more coffee. So we could take this lot away from this island, make the coffee on this island instead in a much more efficient manner. Which is just a general good idea, though I would, like I say, like to look at a way of removing the need to ship the coffee to the Cape in the first place. That would make things even simpler, but we can at least do this. How much coffee do we need here? Making a surplus of 7, so we want to add 7 or 8 to the other island. Each building makes 2. If we electrify it, it will make 4. So if we put 2 electric coffee roasters in, make sure the power gets there, which it does. Just going to turn them so they're facing the same way. Should leave us overproducing by at least 7 here, which it does. So we can change our trade route. This is an intercession new to Cape. Coffee. So they're not going to load at Manola anymore. Going to load at Laia. Like that. Well, can I just shift click? No. Control click? No. Okay. I'll have to find it in the list. Should be around here somewhere. But it's not. Let's filter New World item. Coffee. There it is. Now I can shift click. Okay. Accept that, and that means we can completely remove these coffee farms, those warehouses, this stretch of road, and wherever the coffee roaster is, or roasters are. Ah, no we can't. That was silly. The local population still wants coffee here. Tiny amount, I guess. Yeah, like 1-ish. So we're going to need a farm at least. Which I'm just going to stick in this space here, I guess. Generic space to use.
Deep down, I know you're a tattletale.
Ideally, it will be square. There we go.
Ship under attack.
Upgrade that warehouse. That's fine. Just hope that's
Your
enough.
harbor is under attack.
Here's an easy target, lads.
To declare war? No. Why is that?
Your conduct is exemplary.
Let's deal with this pirate that's distracting me. Getting a ceasefire.
Call that a storm.
And then a peace treaty. There we go. So that will stop bothering me. Got the ratio wrong, haven't I? Yeah, it's 2 plantations to 1 roaster, and that roaster is electrified, which is increasing it. So let's move the roaster to somewhere that isn't electrified. In fact, why don't we create a little space for coffee over there. Put the second one next to it. Give them their own little warehouse. Mister can live right next to it. And that should balance out better. So we're making, yeah, 2 coffee, which is enough. We got the 2 beans, which is enough. And the mass coffee production is happening here for as long as we need it to.
I feel it reflects the times.
Are they going to be positive in the newspaper for once? No, they're not. They're going to give us exactly the same newspaper again. There we go. Okay. So that's one improvement we've managed to make there by using that coffee up.
No more space here.
I think there's anything specific we can do with cocoa or the couch choc at the moment. But it's there. We can come back and improve things using that gradually, and it's allowed us to learn about effectively using hacienda farms for things. We haven't yet looked at, well, we've done fertilizer works. We haven't yet looked at the brewery, which allows us to create alcoholic goods in different ways, I guess. And for starters, it lets us make schnapps and beer here in the new world instead of the old one. I was saving on work by just printing the same news, yeah. Hi, Alizara, nice to see you again. Hope you're doing well today as well. How many is that in a row? Can we... Because it's been the same for a long time. That's the newest. We've had 1, 2... Ah, that one was different, okay. But that's a third. 4, 5, 6, so just in different parts of the page. There's only 7 there that are the same in recent times, so... You're well, glad to hear it. Good. Looks like yesterday's VOD is intact. Yep. My VOD was fine, exported to YouTube without any problems at all. I watched some VODs from other people who were live during the day yesterday as well, and similar things happening to them. Just people who were there before there was a problem were fine, and just kind of sat there and kept watching, and everything was alright. It's just obviously people couldn't come in, and then some people couldn't chat and some people could, and all a bit weird, but yeah, it's pretty much exactly what we thought was going on. Yeah. So yeah, we were fine, but no one was able to come and join us, which is a shame. But it was still, even though that disrupted things, the start of yesterday's stream was pretty good. So the overall, like, I don't mean performance, but like the performance of the video or of the stream or whatever was positive numbers. So as stressed out as the whole situation made me, everything was fine in the end.
Fighting for. Any way the wind blows, eh?
Let you keep chatting, yeah, because the app was different in some way. Yeah, agreed. Okay, so we've done a good thing. I've forgotten
Fleet awaiting orders.
what we were halfway through. This guy needs unloading. I'm putting it into this one, and we need to find the plough to go in there. So that one's full. This one I want the epic plough. Let's go back to the Cape. There we are. Got some more points to spend so we can have a look. mutualist ideologies. Okay. Get rich quick volume 6.
The people
Collecting all them.
celebrate your leadership.
Bonuses to chemical plants and fertilizer works. Oh, that's nice to unlock that one, the irrigation capacity, rare one. All animal farms and all powered pastures get 40%. Get rich quick volume 2. Affects orchards. It makes them make sugar, that's interesting. Increased clay collector and paper mill, that's N-Baser, isn't it? How's Anno going? Pretty good. I think everyone who stopped by to give like tips and advice in the last stream has helped me get my head around a few things, so while we've probably still got some distance to go, I'm confident in how we can like rearrange things and make them work better gradually. So the Hacienda stuff was really interesting and obviously useful in the ways that can benefit us, and learning about just how critical items are to kind of becoming overpowered. And then we've got the docklands that we need to progress next, so I'm just finishing off getting all the items for the haciendas we've built. Then we'll look at docklands again, which is another tool that we should have been using a long time ago. So if we progress that, that should help me be less frustrated with some of what's going on. Locked 108 of the 470 items and still didn't get the plough we want. Frustrating. I'm sure we'll get it in the end. Was there an alternative source? Miraculous steel plough. Just quests, which that's our population quests. It's very unlikely to get an epic from what we've seen so far. Possible though if they come up. Know nothing about Anno except what you've seen so far. Yeah, so this Anno in particular seems significantly more complicated than the previous ones. Also seems more fun than the previous ones, but they've added in lots of different tools, and I don't feel like the game teaches you how to use them very well. There is an option when you start the game whether you want high guidance or no guidance, and I chose none because high guidance is really annoying. It just bothers you all the time, and I am wishing there was a middle road where perhaps the tools that are introduced by DLC it could have introduced us to more openly, just been like, here's what it does, here's why you might want to use it. Then we would have started using it a long time ago, and probably the like default difficulty options should have had one below what I chose, because I think we're on like normal. There was no easy option, and there probably should be one that doesn't have the AI players that keep distracting us from learning things. It's no big deal. We just like, we built, for example, this city, we built this whole like big grid and stuff, and it's just not a particularly effective way of doing it. When you're this size, it's better to do things like getting these items that you put into the town halls that affect the buildings, and change the rules a bit, like when you're developed to this point, I suppose. You found obviously you're not included like that. Yeah, difficult to learn naturally. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, it's the kind of game where I learn almost everything by watching other streamers play it to work out what the rules are and what you should be doing and stuff like that. Do have a few more points. Let's do another couple. Or, you know, reading the entirety of a wiki about a game before you even open it for the first time, which is not the best way to play a game. Okay, so we're just, again, going to have to wait for more research points to come in before we can get that plough. So I think we're just going to have to move on and try and remember that I want an epic plough to come back to. The docklands that we've started are just here. So we've obviously leveled up because we're now permitted to build 3 more export offices. So we should do that. And find, here we go. Export office.
How about a cup of coffee? You can play
So fit
for
them down
2
the
hours.
end here. I'll do for now. Let's build anything else. We could build more depots as well. Might as well. Why not? There's the depot. Continue this up until the end. Then building them on the other side would look a bit silly. Let's build them on the back. That'll be fine. There we go. The other stuff I wasn't too fussed about. So, which button is it? That button. We've been selling on this trade route fish, schnapps and clothes to get soap. Looks like our production of schnapps might have changed because it's running short. It says we got 6 surplus, so it shouldn't be. It might be that we have a 5.9 surplus, so over time it's running short. The soap that they've been importing in return is being shipped off to be sold, so that we don't like form a backlog of it, which is evidently working fine. We've leveled these up. I'm guessing the number in the top left is the level we've reached with, so fish is level 4 now, and we've unlocked first speciality
Sultry seas in the
tier,
It's a deal and trade day.
which causes the items chosen there to be worth 20% more. So we'll be getting 20% more soap in return. We don't need soap, but it certainly doesn't hurt. So building the 3 extra offices means we can pick 3 more things to send out in return for something. So I guess I want to see if we have any items we're naturally overproducing. I mean, timber is one, for example. We're naturally overproducing and not using very much. Fish snaps we're already doing in the clothes, so we'll leave them as they are. Bricks less so than the timber, but still the same kind of deal. Pigs. Overproducing by 6 pigs. Perhaps.
Seductive charts, very much.
Maybe a single steel or a couple steel would be safe to trade out. Unless we build in something specifically to trade it out. Could be good, could be worthwhile. Brass is being taken to the Arctic, so we don't want to touch that necessarily. Interesting how penny farthing production is a bit under where it needs to be. gold we're selling directly. We could use that. A champagne. It's probably a good option, although I think we're topping up the sales route here. Yeah, with champagne selling it. Let's stop doing that. Just sell the gold.
The people celebrate
Let's
your
do so
leadership.
for now. So we've got a single champagne we can trade out. Let's do so. In return for what? I mean, we can just get more soap and sell it. It's always an option, but I don't think that's going to progress us very far now. Is there anything to unlock that just requires volume? Doesn't look like it. They all want something kind of more specific now. They just want volume of output of a specific item, okay, but they're nearly unlocked anyway. The others all kind of want us to import specific things, so I mean, what do we really want? I suppose we want new world items and investment items, so seafood stew is something we want. Unlock condition is to import a bunch of sausages. If we import sausages in return for champagne, we want interesting that that's not enough. We'll need to change that and not do schnapps anymore. Let's move the champagne there, I guess, if we can. No, can't. We'll deal with that in a second then. Ah, no, that did work. Not do the schnapps, do champagne, but we need to change that number. So the transaction happens every 20 minutes, we think, roughly. 20 and a bit minutes. So if we're overproducing 1 per minute, then we want them to take 20 away every journey. That's fine. Timber, we said we could do. I mean, we can maximize this by getting everyone to bring sausage in. But we just need to change our trade route that's taking the soap away to take sausage instead. Timber, we're over. Well, I mean, we're producing like 16. We don't want to take it all away in case we are building stuff, but we can probably afford like 8. We can do the 6. We know 120 is for 6, so we can do that. 120. Don't think there necessarily was anything else obvious to take, was there? May need to introduce some production chains to just make something to trade out. As well. Increase brick production maybe somehow. Weapons, not really. Don't think we got the steel. Let's have another look. I won't do sausages because that's what we're bringing in, so it's an option. But the 6 pigs are an option. We can do that. Call it 5 pigs to be safe. If there was an issue with the schnapps being just a little bit off, maybe we reduce those numbers to have a safety margin. We're making soap now. If we're not bringing that in, we can send it out. Maybe 2 units of soap. Definitely want to do something about rum. Requiring 15 to be shipped in is overkill. Well, 1 fur coat. Let's do that. 1 fur coat and 5 pigs. Let's change this to behave like it's 5. Too concerned with how quickly we do all this. It's It's fine if it's a little bit slower. 5 pig and 1 fur coat. Just 20 units per trip. For a whole bunch of sausages, which we should have a route that is Cape to Old. There it is. We change that. They're not going to take soap, and they're not going to go to Wormways. They're going to take sausages. Just sell it to the guy who's here on this map, shorter journey, which is all good. Just need to make sure they don't take literally all the sausages, because people want to eat some of them. Set a minimum stock of 100. Whatever else comes in they can sell, so that not sure how quickly it all works. To unlock the seafood stew import, we need to import 702 sausages. The journey that's happening in 12 minutes is going to do this many. So that's like 3, 4, maybe 500. So it's going to take 2 trips to unlock this tier of goods. You know, interesting and all. I guess we can just work on unlocking every single thing, might as well. None of them look that bad. Might need to build, like this is all importing, so I don't foresee any problem. Just import it and sell it. When we've got the things we want, we'll import them and use them. But some of them want us to have a specific number of contracts. We've got 6 at the moment. To get that, we're going to need to build on other islands and do trade routes out of them, so it's probably worth. We now go to the New World and start constructing a docklands on this island, where we've also got like a whole bunch of production and different things we could trade to start leveling them up. So I'm going to move the non-dockland stuff over, out of the way. Make sure that's connected. And we'll start a docklands over this end. Yes, I've got that wrong. Is it? I thought it was New and Old World that you do it on. Or it could just be Old World. I think it might just be Old World. Okay, fine. Can't do it here. Don't particularly have any other islands where we're making anything worth trading out. So I guess we've got a third island here in the Cape where we got some things. We can, you know, they're making a surplus of timber here. We can do that. That's probably easiest because the same ship that's selling off the sausages from the one island can sell off the sausages from the other one. So why don't we set up a docklands here? I'm going to move the fisheries to a different coast. This one will do. Oh, it's got a different context menu in different parts of the world, so I changed that to a different street in the New World, but it didn't do it here. Interesting. I'm going to need a warehouse down here as well. Do. Then if we move this guy to the end, put Dockland's main wharf on this end. So I think replace these depots with the Dockland depots rather than having both. So let's put a few of them out here. As many as it lets us do on this island. We'll line them up. Looks a bit silly, but it does maximise the space efficiently. Can't build that because of
in one of your
bricks
factories.
rather than anything else. Should be able to take all them out of the way now. Still have large amount of storage space. That's the last depot we're allowed, so we need 5, or can have 5 export offices here as well. It kind of levels up on a universal level, I guess. We're now allowed 5 at every Docklands, so we'll get to 10 possible total contracts. Isn't bad. They just need, bricks, which are being made here, so we've just got to give it time for them to make enough bricks to build them in. Let's go check out what exploded and rebuild it.
Wise to take time to learn the nuances.
A very low fire chance, a bit annoying that it exploded, but there we go. Kind of doing the best we can. We could get some of those items that reduce explosion chance, throw them around here, but it is actually exploding a lot less than it used to. We should send our flagship up to the Cape. That's where we're working. And if we do manage to unlock the plough after, it will be made here and then we'll have to ship it back. So I'll bring him up, and we have enough points to do some more unlocking, which I've just noticed the time. So we will do that after I take my first break to be healthy and not just continually play this game non-stop for the rest of my life. I do enjoy it. So I'll just take 2 or 3 minutes to stretch the legs, refill the drink, get the next pack of cough sweets out of the drawers, and all those other bits and pieces. And then when I'm back, we'll try and unlock that plough again. We'll go through a few more stages and then expand the Docklands on that other island, and so on and so on. And gradually progress and improve our islands one step at a time. So I will see you in a couple minutes.
Shine your blow lamp on this, would ya? Didn't take you for a Janus face. Fair play to you.
Hello there, I am back. Legs waking back up and ready for some more. Let's spend these research points first as we've reached the cap again. Getting quite a lot now to unlock these. I hope we get it soon, or we might not be able to afford it.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
It's good timing. Thank you, Commander. Conveyor line, interesting. I don't particularly want to use any item that increases fire chance, as fires are annoying. Cabin boost. Could be useful if we ever need more fur. Canary boost for all cloth. Lockmakers and jewelers. Still not the plough that we want, and very quickly each cycle is becoming more expensive than we can afford, so gonna have to let things bank up again. There's the flagship ready for when we need it. So this island has made a load of bricks. Let's still not many bricks. Can we put 2 clay pits up and running? Has to find an item that electrifies those. 2 more clay pits that we haven't connected, and we do have a surplus of workers, so let's connect them. Then we can use the bricks as something to trade out on the docklands. It's 2 brickworks for each pit. Put them like that. Give them their little warehouse, and then we just need to connect that one by road. That'll increase the speed that the bricks come in. And we build that one in. Now we're short of windows. Okay, they're not being made on that island because it's not high enough tier. Let's pick some up from this end. There we go. Tons of them here, so let's bring a full load over. The next round of unlocks, let's have a look. Still no epic plough. It's going to be a problem when we want some civil technology or maritime technology, and we've sunk so much money into a whole bunch of industrial technology that we don't even want. So 3600 for the next one. Give it some time. Sure it'll be okay in the end. We've got 3. So how does this work? It is by island, this page. Okay. So we can look at what we're overproducing here. Again, timber is a cheap and cheerful option. Fish is actually a little under where it needs to be. We need to build another fish, or that's going to be a problem. Put one on the end there. Overproducing potatoes by 4, which is random, but I guess we could use them. Aki, hello. Good day to you. Hope you're doing well today. Everything else is kind of like spot on. We're not really overproducing. Maybe 1 steel would be okay to use. Oh, the rum and the champagne's because they're having a party, I guess. Rather than like a permanent supply they have on this island. Yes, good. So I think we might need to add some production chains on this island in order to have enough. We can use the, let's say, 3 potatoes and
I have a duty of care.
5 timber. Don't really want to use a steel because when we want to build stuff, we'll need to build it. What do I think about this game? It's kind of a mixed opinion. It's a very good game. It's a lot of fun. It's very interesting, but at the same time it's very frustrating in a lot of ways, complicated, really bad quests, like the stories involved are just really badly written, not interesting at all, and it's not good. You know, if someone wrote a book in the same manner, then you would never read it. So there's definitely negative things about the game, things that set you back. I think we talked in the last stream about how what you tend to end up with is like a list of things that you want to improve, and that's a really, really long list. Like, you just end up with a whole bunch of things that you want to improve, and then you work yourself in circles, slowly improving them. So the time it takes to get from identifying a problem to fixing it is quite long.
Bold new expedition.
But when you fix it, it's very rewarding. The systems that you use to fix it are very interesting. So all in all, it's good. It's a good game. It's a fun game. You will hear me complain a lot while I play it, and while I enjoy it. Build that last. We've got the last building, and we want 6 trade routes here. Start with timber. We know that's okay. Try it maybe. I mean, if you can, yeah, if you can find a way to try it, it would be good. I think it relies quite heavily on the DLC, so it is best to have all of the DLCs for various different reasons. If you were just buying the main game on its own, I would recommend buying an older Anno, because you'd get a similar experience but more content from something like Anno 1404 or Anno 2070, whereas Anno 1800 is a lot of the content is in the DLCs. Factorio is still best. I mean, Factorio's still got more content than most other games by a long way. More hours available to play and fun to be had. But even so, I mean, Factorio relies quite heavily on mods to provide the best experience. On this island we can do more sausage, but we're kind of covering sausage on the other island. So maybe I want to trade something else here to unlock something else. I mean, we can unlock this lot just by importing a small amount of hops. So why don't we do that? So timber to hops. And I guess we're now overproducing brick. Don't know how much by. Let's go find that out. By 8, so be happy to use like, actually the default 50 wouldn't be bad there. Yeah, double that one though. Use 50 there. Then I think we need to actually produce some goods here to trade out. What could we do? We've got no real extra workforce here. We could use the free artisan workforce for something maybe. Graphics are nice. Yes, very pretty. Anno as a series has always been very pretty and quite like life alive, I guess. Like your little towns have got lots of these little people walking around doing things. Like these guys are having a celebration, and people near the church who are praying and things like that. So it's a nice world to be in. As you're like zooming around, you can see all these little things, people out in the fields chopping down the crops and stuff. It's nice. The artisan production chains are all a bit expensive. I don't think we could use much of the free workforce to make anything. We only get 200. The free engineer workforce, probably even worse. Requiring a lot more ingredients. Let's keep it basic then. I guess we'll have to just bring more workers in. Can we provide a school in order to get a few more people? Why don't we do that? Need to find the right spot to put it though, which is proving a little awkward. Probably by removing those 2 people. There. We can increase the coverage as we learnt last time. If you use brick roads, your buildings cover a further distance, which is one of those things. It kind of learning about this was a good illustration of how I feel about the game in general, in that it tells you that a paved street improves the street and that it makes things go faster, but it doesn't tell you explicitly that this green coverage area goes further on a brick road compared to a dirt one, which is a significant bit of information. Of course, we don't really have enough bricks to be building those roads, but still. That's going to be enough coverage for everyone in that cluster. Will deliver us a few extra workers per house, so we can use them to make something. It's about more bread.
I'll do.
That would require just 100 people. That's a pretty good option.
Where do we take the stuff
That
without a
guy's
warehouse?
out of range of a warehouse. Interesting. Let's put that in. Yeah. Let's do that. It's a simple answer. We'll just copy the bread
How
and
thrilling! A renowned personage has arrived.
make an excess of that. That's giving us 2 spare bread, so we could trade out 40 bread per visit or something. Go with hops here. I'm not going to worry about taking the hops away and selling them, because we only need to import 171 to do the unlock, which is going to be a single visit. Then we're going to change it to something else, so we'll focus on moving whatever the something else is when its time comes. We built that extra fish, so I guess we're going to have 1 spare fish production. It's not really much to work with. The easiest things we could do, probably more sausages. Where are we making them? Here. Yes, sausages are just using 100 people. We would need more farmers then. Do the pig farming. Which, you know, we can do. We can add them in. Let's do that. Let's increase sausage production too. So yeah, we're short. Our workforce of farmers is short, so we need to put in extra houses for farmers to live in. We won't fit any more farmers in the houses we've got. They're fully supplied.
We love
They're getting everything that they're asking for unless we give them some weird optional stuff, which we could give them flour, could give them soap. It's unnecessary, really. Those extra 12 houses should give us enough farmers once they've moved in. We'll increase demand on a few things. Probably don't want to trade out fish, or now short of schnapps actually. Barely enough clothes, so we're going to need to increase schnapps production. And make sure we don't trade that out either, which is a little frustrating, but there we go. But that should give us a surplus of sausage production, which is now 2 in the positive, so we could trade out 40 sausage, same as the bread. That's, I mean, kind of it. Good to do something else with the 4. I wonder... Yeah, so the requirement to unlock champagne, for example, is 18 export-import routes, and it says 10, which means they have to actually be active to unlock it, not just unlocked. Hoping to improve your Anno 1800 knowledge by popping in, and you've done 3 things. Sinextra, welcome in. Nice to have you here. I'm not an expert, I'll admit that now, but I have learned a lot of little things in my time streaming the game to people, so hopefully, yeah, you'll be able to pick up some little bits and pieces as we do stuff. I'm sure there's a lot that I could still learn by watching other people, but there's certainly quite a lot going on in the game, so lots to learn. Still short about 20 farmers, and they're still moving in, so we can see from a fully moved in house that we will fit 10 farmers in with things as they are. So we know these guys have got like another 3 to move in. You can also see provision of the market is not at 100%. So if we select the marketplace, this is another thing about the game that I wish was more obvious. The green coverage line that it's got changes opacity as it goes.
I'm confident it's ready to go.
Here you can see a line where the dark green becomes a lighter green. The dark green is where it's providing 100% service, and the light green, it gradually gets less and less as it goes away. And this tooltip shows you at 60% supply, you only get 3 out of the possible 5 farmers, so you definitely want 100% supply. That could be a lot more obvious. Like, you have to really zoom in to find that line. That annoys me. It could be a different colour or some different method of showing where that point is. As previously mentioned, we can extend that using paved street instead of this dirt street. So if we upgrade all this into bricks, then we should hopefully make that dark green coverage come further out. It gets to there. It's still not great. Can we... No, can't make it go any further. So that means that's now touching this house. So this house will be at 100%. But these 3 on the corner are... that one's okay as well. These 2 on the corner are not going to be 100%. That's the point where you need like a second marketplace, I guess. Ideally it'd be over here to spread up there. But what I'm going to do is put one where we've got a space down the end here. Then if we need to expand more later, I can move that marketplace and get acceptable coverage. I've just noticed that. But there we go. So they're now getting 100% because they're obviously much closer to this marketplace. That just costs us 18 coins per minute. Which is a very small price to pay, really, considering what our income is. Okay, so we could do with actually actively using those slots. It will take us closer to these points. Feel like what we ought to do is fully upgrade this island to the next tier or even the top tier of population in order to get those kind of items. What might be easier is bringing things from the other island over here just to trade them out of the docklands. Has to be something we're not importing, but we could bring, or something we're not already sending out as well. All a bit complicated, but we can overproduce, like champagne. We're trading out one here. If we overproduce by another one, we could take that to the other island and trade it out of there. Champagne's up the back here.
It's out of my hands now.
I'd be inclined to kind of work on production chains that we have improved to do that with, which is almost nothing really, but we can work on something. Improved grain production by adding tractors to it. That's not a difficult one. We could just put grain farms on the other island without too much of an issue. Not 100% sure. It's fine as it is. We're actively unlocking two sets. The hop-related one here, and oh, we've unlocked the seafood stew already. Okay, so we should change this. Unlocked beer, seafood stew, and canned food. So this supplier's next level requires 18 active routes, so we can't do that currently. Spectacles and leather boots require fur coat imports, so we could do that next. The mineral stuff requires 12 active routes, or importing cement. We can import cement. Importing plantain, chocolate and coffee. That's active routes, that's cotton fabrics. There's quite a few options. Start with this. Tallow is quite a cheap one, quite a simple one, so let's change all these sausages to tallow. Then change our trade route in this region. Not that one. Not that one. Oh, it's still in the wrong group, isn't it? It's in Cape to Old. That's no longer going to the old world, so I'm going to move it into the Cape group. And instead of selling sausages, it's going to sell tallow. That's a tip if you're an Anno player. This is one that someone in chat taught me last week, whenever we last played. If you pick a good, like we're saying tallow here, when you're setting up your trade route, if you hold down shift and click on it, it will copy it to fill in every slot on the vehicle. If you then go to the next stop, so we're loading here, if you go to the unloading point and shift click, it will automatically load in that product, and then you can shift click again to fill in that row. So with a few shift clicks, if it's all the same item and it's all quite a simple route, you can fill the whole thing in, which is easier than like clicking every box 12 times or whatever it would have been. Good, so that's flipped to tallow, and this one's doing hops, and then we have now a new general medium-term goal of producing more goods on this island so that we can trade them at the docklands. So we're probably going to have to develop this quite significantly to reach that point. Which isn't like, it's not a huge deal, but it's like one of those things that we talk about. The game is just a constant list of things to do, and there's another one. That's fine. we'll work on that. We've amassed a few more research points, so I'm going to look at trying to unlock this plough that we're after.
To boldly tread where none have trod before.
Not this time. Try another one. Not this time either. We are unlocking a lot of items, but not the one we want. Dry house. That's an end basin product. Makes dried meat, I think. Reduction, workforce reduction. Nothing amazing. Increased crop farm productivity by making it bigger. It's kind of... We want the best of both worlds. We want to make it smaller and get more productivity out of it. Not that. Okay. Burned through it all again and didn't unlock it. We'll just have to keep going unless... the only other source of the item was our residents giving us quests. So should look out for little golden stars above where people live, because that's a resident quest. Look, these guys had one. Was it those guys? I think it was. It seems to have expired now, I guess. That's fine. This is where we're keeping track of stuff gets difficult as well, so moving on to the next thing, I'm likely to forget about the plough, which we don't want to happen. We'll see how we go. So the next thing that's really on my mind is the rum supply to this island. That's something that I really want to improve. So we can see statistically that this island's consuming a lot of rum. 14 units per minute. Because this is part of the old world, you can't typically produce rum here. You produce it in the new world and ship it over, which is what we're doing. We must be making a surplus of 14 rum on this island, I think. Well, we're making a surplus of 13 rum, so we're not even providing everything they want. And I'm not even sure we've activated the optional rum supply to one of the tiers.
What a time to be alive.
Something. Yeah, we could be supplying rum to the workers as well. We're not, and that would increase the demand even further. So, ideally, we'd like a method to create rum here without needing to ship it over and without... because that volume is too much to ship over, really. It'd be expensive to do, and it's a complication we don't necessarily want. So if I come to the item statistic page and search for rum, include unknown items, we've got every item that affects rum in some way. So starting with the legendary guys, this will make Schnapps Distillery and Brewery, both of which are on this island, create 1 rum every 3 cycles. That's a good option. Very good option. If we electrify a bunch of Schnapps and Brewery distilleries in the same place and cover them with a trade union with this guy in, we'll make a lot of rum. Possibly 14 a minute. This one provides bonus income and happiness from rum, so that doesn't help us with this situation. This guy causes chocolate factory, fried plantain kitchen and ice cream factory to make rum, but those are all buildings in the new world, so that doesn't help. This provides a bonus supply of rum for free to anyone who's got church. So workers, for example, request a church supply, which is provided by the church building, which looks like that. So they're getting church supply. If they're getting that in green, then they get rum for free. That's a good solution to get rum to the workers. It would let you give rum to the artisans, because they also want church, but it doesn't get rum to the engineers because they don't want church. And investors don't even want rum, so they're not a concern. I believe most of our rum consumption is the engineers, because we have thousands of them for research purposes. Sure, scholars want rum as well, and they don't take church, so that's not a great solution for us, because most of our rum consumption is not going to be fixed by that item, because it's not covered by church need. So our best option is still Brother Hilarious. This item provides happiness at a cost of income for rum. It's opposite there, more income, less happiness from rum. Reduces rum consumption is an interesting idea. A 40% reduction would take our 14 per minute, turn it into 8 per minute. But you have to cover every house with that item in a town hall in order to achieve that. Town hall coverage isn't big.
You want to dance the danse macabre?
Sir Lewis Brindley makes Schnapps Distillery produce rum, so that's a pretty good option. Yeah, that's because you can fit 3 items in, so we can have a Brother Hilarious and a Lewis Brindley. Both will cause Schnapps Distilleries to make 1 per 3 ticks. So you can stack that effect together. This is anyone with Variety Theatre gets free rum and free canned food. That's very good. Very good, because Variety Theatre is given to engineers and I think it's and investors, so that one doesn't matter, but the engineers do. Not sure about the scholars, don't think they have coverage, but that would still be strong, I think, if we can get those houses covered by a town hall with an actor in. The actor can be purchased from Eli Bleakworth. That's quite a simple thing to do. We can go to him and cycle through until we can buy one. Interesting. So can Lewis. Eli, okay. Brother Hilarious can't be purchased, but we've got him researched. I'm guessing, first I'm seeing it, but I'm guessing that symbol with the research icon means we have unlocked it already. So we can create a Brother Hilarious using research points. Fireworks are a temporary thing, we don't want that. And these are just downgraded versions of the books above. Bonus income from rum doesn't solve our problem. And this gives free rum to everyone, but only for 5 minutes, which definitely doesn't solve the problem. So, an actor would be good if we can get the town hall coverage. Hopefully we can just buy them. Lewis would be good, and can stack with a Brother Hilarious. So I'd like to go to Eli Bleakworth, and we're looking to buy actors and a Lewis Brindley. We're also going to want to create a Brother Hilarious, which is done here. We're going to need to just save up to 20,000 research points to do that, which we're almost halfway, so no big deal.
Ship under attack.
Yes, pirates declared on us, so we need to end that war.
I also
Pay a very small price to end it.
My people will be glad.
Go. Let's send our flagship out to Eli Bleakworth. He's at Wormways Prison. Good. keep track of it. So I don't want to cycle through trying to unlock the plough anymore. I want to create that fryer first using our research points, so we'll leave that for a while. I do want to check progress on this one. Have we had any trade of hops in yet? 141 out of 171, so 5 minutes-ish. That will have unlocked that, and we can change it round. It's complaining about not having enough bricks, but it does. Fine. Progress on this one. Tallow was at the bottom, wasn't it? There, about a quarter of the way. That's good. Take a few more trips. Leave that for a while. Okay. So I'm juggling two things, trying to buy some items from Eli Bleakworth, and we still want the plough after we've sorted that out. We also haven't continued the needs of what we've unlocked, so we still want to be manufacturing jewellery and gramophones, because we're not doing that yet. And we also want to be manufacturing in the new world Samba masks and perfume. Interesting, they've not got cigars. Have I broken something? Let's check cigar supply. It's at -2. Production capacity is 2/2, so we're capable of making what they want. We're capable of making the veneers, and we're making more than enough tobacco. So why don't we have any? Need to find the tobacco factory. It's not running properly.
We're up to our... I can teach you how it works.
Fancy a tour?
Them cigar factory is
These
this
must
one.
be stored somewhere.
That's what I've done wrong. I've missed a block of road at the end there.
There must be input for output.
That will fix that. We also want beer for artistas, which is interesting. So we could find an item that gives us beer, or we can just brew it using the hacienda buildings, I guess. None of the items we've got affect a hacienda grain farm, I'm guessing. No. And no. Okay, so we wouldn't want them in those clusters. They'd want their own. See if there's any interesting items that affect a hacienda grain farm. Lots, apparently. Oh, these are items that affect everything. That guy affects hacienda potato and grain farms.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
That increases the number of modules, which is not something I really want. Yeah, this botanical director would cause free grain to be produced from the other farms. Not a lot of it though. Possibly not enough of it. Look like any amazing things to be done. Free champagne from it doesn't really help. What about items that create beer in some fashion? Bonus income, bonus supply. The supply would be nice. That one doesn't work. If there was something we provide to artistas that gave bonus supply, that would be good. Church get schnapps, pub and beer. There's no church in the New World. Residences with pub provided sausage, bread, beer and church. That's strong, not for this problem, but strong in general. Because artisans or obreros get bonus income. Oh. This is a town hall item that just provides beer. That's what we're after. That'll save a lot of effort if we don't even have to manufacture it. We just get beer and extra happiness. He's purchased from Eli Bleakworth, so our ship has arrived
All perfectly
at
legal.
Eli. We're looking for a number of different items. Looking for Gordon the Master Grocer, who has a fabulous moustache and is an epic item. And we're looking for Lewis Brindley, who also has the same moustache and is an epic item. And then actors who have got a mask on and a blue item. Let's have a look at what he's got. None of them. Cycle over. None of them. Got a lot of money. We can re-roll a lot of times, but I don't particularly want to burn it all doing this. No, that's Schnapp stuff. A lot of different items. Not the ones we're after. What's a pretty good item? Bicycles and sewing machines don't require steel, they use iron instead. There's a significant reduction in the amount of workers required in those chains. I'm going to just grab that because I think it might be useful in the future. Actual guys we're after are not there. Nor here. It's interesting as well. That's cannery uses pig instead of goulash, so you remove having to grow peppers and the kitchens and just put the pigs directly into the cannery. So we've got two items that I didn't come looking for, but have still interested me. And there's a third. Gramophones, which we haven't set up yet. But if this changes the requirement from wooden veneers to timber, I know wooden veneers have to be made in the new world, so that would require a shipping line to get them up to the old world where the gramophone factory is. Whereas timber is a lot easier and can be made anywhere, so I'm going to grab that. We're going to send this guy to drop them all off in the Cape. And then we'll come back and have another look for the people we're actually trying to get. Oh. There we go. There's no rush. We don't have to buy them now, you know. Let's check unlock progression here. Nice finds, I think so. Yeah, some interesting items which we'll try out. Don't necessarily know which ones are good. I just know the ones that sound kind of interesting, and I guess we can play around with them, you know, see if they are helpful.
Your leadership.
Somewhat confused by this being called black tea but looking like a loaf of bread, but we've unlocked everything from the farm supplier, so we don't want to import any more hops. We want something else we can unlock by importing specific goods like their fur coat. Let's do that. We're not going to get many per trip for fur coats. That's like 20 and we need 810. That might be better to do on the other island where we've got higher value goods to trade out. Let's try cement here. That would be about 400, a little under. And we need 1,400, so 4 trips to unlock it. That's better. Let's do cement here. We've got enough storage. We're not making cement. So we can fit like 1350 on this island, which is not enough to do the unlock, so we will need to take some away. So I'm just going to edit that route we've got, emptying the excess tallow, and tell it after it's emptied the excess tallow, come and load up on excess concrete, no, cement, and then sell that off as well. Don't need to keep any there, but what I should have checked is setting a minimum stock holding of tallow on this island, because we do use it to make soap, so set a minimum holding of 100 so we don't empty it. The other pirate is declaring war on us.
That's enough for us.
And here's my tip I've discovered. She said, give us 140,000 or we could declare war on you. Always say no, because if you come into diplomacy, request the ceasefire. She's given that to us for free. And then request a peace treaty, and it will cost us 600 instead of 140,000 to have peace. And if you get the ceasefire first, it carries over to be a non-aggression pact, so they can't declare war on us for 2 hours at the cost of like hundreds instead of hundreds of thousands. I also found on one occasion that the pirates said give us 100,000 or we'll declare war, so I gave them 100,000. They didn't declare war, and then 5 minutes later they declared war. So, never pay them. Yeah, shockingly cheaper. Yeah, why are they asking for that much money if they're willing to give us peace for a few hundred? It's not being balanced properly. So our ship came in. I've unloaded those 3 interesting items into our storage, which is a whole mess of stuff, but there we go. That's an idea, actually. So I've sent the ship back, and when he gets there, we'll look at buying again. We can actually get ourselves the extra research points we're after by donating items we're not using. So all of these common items, I can't see us using an ox because it's not part of a group, and the common items just aren't that effective. Even the uncommon people are not as effective as like rare versions of them, so that's part of the sacred set of the botanical garden, so I'm not going to sell that because I don't know what the set bonus is.
Vermouth is a poetry indulged blue flat.
2 items from the sacred set, that's good.
Gin, on the other hand,
Some of the rares I've found useful, so if I donate that, it's 280 points, which will just take us a little bit closer. And he's just bored and poking. Yeah, we're actually good friends, he's just playing games. I mean, long-term goal is to actually befriend the pirates, to stop them from ever declaring war. If you just keep doing the quests as often as you can, they can eventually become an ally that provides some bonuses that I hear are good. Not seen them because we've not done it yet, but I hear they're good, so I would like to be allied to the pirates at some point in the future. We've got the 20,000 points, so I'm going to start developing a Brother Hilarious. We have an excess of engineers, so I'm going to put a few more into that research. We'll do 1,300. That's going to take an hour and a half to develop, which is why it's better to buy people if you can buy them than develop them. Hour and a half's not that long. We're on, not sure if it's triple speed, but we're on super speed, so it won't actually be that long in real life terms, but it will be a while. So we're waiting on dockland progression here, we're waiting on dockland progression there, we're waiting on that to build itself and points to build up to unlock the plough, and our ship is on the way to the prison again. That's about enough for me to juggle all at the same time. I don't think we'll be adding any more to that immediate list of things to do.
Perhaps this island is as yet unclaimed. It is unethical.
Strange things, great whites are.
Your ship has returned
Trading.
from its voyage.
Let's have a look what we've got now. And in the time it's taken us to sail back and forth, the cost of re-rolling is reduced back to default. So, in fact, in 15 seconds they're going to restock automatically, so we won't click yet. To save a little bit of money. They're not going to reset. Fine. None of these people are who we're after. Although clay pits provide pearls is very interesting. And limestone quarry. We need pearls to make jewellery. Jewellery would have to be shipped from the new world, but clay pits exist in the old world. So that guy will let us get... I don't know if it's going to be enough pearls, but that's at least interesting, worth trying to save having to ship the pearls around. So we're going to buy that guy, even though he's not who we're looking for. But none of those others. Them. There's an actor, so we'll take that. That's it.
A bold new expedition.
None of those guys.
This city is a magnet for genius.
Free exporter of goods. It's a rare, so we might as well keep it. But it's not what we're after. There's another Ferris who is generically good, but I don't think I want to use our last slot on this trip to get one. We got a Johan on the last trip, don't need that.
Broke out.
Fire, okay. Just going to slow time down so that fire doesn't get out of hand before we finish this cycle at the shop.
I've uncovered a meeting. Take you for a Janus face.
There is a man with a fancy moustache. That's the man we're after. Provides beer. So we want to send him to the New World and then the other guys to the Cape. Yeah. So let's go to the New World first. Send you to... Yeah. Off you go. Then we've got a fire we want to go look at. Which is, yeah, just in the middle of town. It said it was out of range of a ranger station, which isn't right because this ranger station has green coverage over it. So, fine. But that is a resident quest. I don't know if the Arctic residents could give us what we wanted. The photography quest is easy, so let's do that. Photograph a pod of narwhals. There is the pod of narwhals. And this is something from old Anno games. If you have a quest, first thing to do is mouse over it and check your minimap. And most quests ping where they're happening. So you don't actually have to hunt and look for things. Some of the quests in Anno 1800 you did. It didn't ping anywhere and you had to read the text and work out where you're looking. But most of them, especially the side quests, you can just ping it and find out where you're going. And get the quest done quickly. The reward for that photo is...
I will do my best too.
A musk ox. It's a rare item, I guess. Wasn't really after it, but shouldn't complain about getting a rare item. Yeah, it looks like that fire's been put out fine. Coverage is okay here. It should have been okay to just deal with it. Again, it's another resident quest.
Utterly fascinating.
Exploration would require us to have a boat here to do it, so we would need to bring our flagship over, which isn't here. and is busy doing other things that that I'm already struggling to keep track of, so we will keep it on its path. But we can speed time back up because that fire wasn't actually a problem. We can spend our research points in the research station, institute, whatever you want to call it. Oh, we don't. Engineer workforce dipped randomly for a bit. Interesting. It's okay now. So research, technologies, industrial. Oh, is not what we're after. 4,100 for the next unlock, which is expensive, but there we go. That's what happens when you're after something specific, I guess. It would have been nice if it just gave it to us on the first choice, but that's the game. Check progress here. I think this one was going to take a while. Oh, we've unlocked the second speciality slot, which is interesting. Can you put... I don't know if there's like a minimum level you need. Like it appears like you have to have a level 3 item in order to put it there. Can I not... Can't just put timber there. I have to level timber up first. Okay. Annoying, but okay. Means we don't really need to make any decisions there. We've only got the one level 3 item, so that's fine. How close are we? So this one is the cement or these items, right? So yeah, they've got a long way to go. That's going to be quite some time. We'll probably have the Brother Hilarious before that's unlocked. This is unlocking the tallow down here. It's about halfway, so that's got time too. Though evidently, whatever levelling up we did has allowed us an extra export office. Not sure we're going to have anything to use on the routes, but we might as well put the offices into place. That one on this island, and then one on this island as well. Can't do it on this island. We'd be able to. Just had to click a new one, I guess. There. So I couldn't find anything for those slots, so we're not going to find anything else on that island at the moment. Till later when we develop it. This island we might be able to find a 7th item to trade.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
Anything we've got an excess in that we're not already trading. Do you now have a shortage of clay somehow? It's interesting. Is clay something we're trading? No. Why do we have a shortage of clay that wasn't an issue before? Don't remember changing anything. Don't know what we're using clay for other than bricks. Don't know about that. We got a bunch stored up, I guess. We're going to have a problem unless I look at it, so we're going to have to look at that. What's going on with clay on this island? We're producing 2 sails that we're not... Like, we only use it to make boats. We haven't need to make any in a long time. We could do sails. Could do steel beams. Or again, like windows. We'll get a lot of value for windows and we're not actively using them for anything. Same deal with reinforced concrete. We're actively using that even less. It's worth even more. So why don't we do that? If we're producing 4 reinforced concrete, let's use 2. Which would be 40 units. And it might as well all be for the same thing. That'll speed things up here. Okay. What production chains have we got using clay?
Cover your ears.
Let's check the chains themselves. These are made on this island. Is it something perhaps
or is it matinee?
that we're providing as a need or desire to someone? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, we are providing it to artisans as a lifestyle need. Might not be worth it. We could just disable that. It's providing some coin, but we've got a solid income. 1 artisan per house, which we don't particularly need because we've got a surplus of workforce. That should reduce clay demand, so it's now in the positive. We have surplus clay.
The people celebrate your leadership.
A flagship arrived in the New World. There it is. So let's unload Gordon, who we wanted to be here, then send the rest of the ship to the Cape. Gordon, we want to provide beer to the artistas, who are these types of houses. Gordon lives in a town hall, so we need that blue circle around the building to cover all of the houses, which we can get if we put it on this corner. We'll have to move the houses that are on that corner, but that's okay. Just about the only spot we can put it in. Cover what we've built so far. We could like move everything all over the place, I guess, but easier not to. Over that way. So if we move these 4 guys out, I think they'll be okay. Put like that. Yeah. You can tell they're affected because the border of the construction highlights in blue. So that light kind of cyan colour means they are within the blue. Even if like the corner of that one's poking out, it's still highlighted, so it will be covered and affected.
Someone's been promoted up the batting order.
By Gordon the Master Grocer. There we go. And you can double check by selecting a building and seeing the active effects in this section over the right hand side here. So the Hacienda building we have on this island is providing this effect, reduced needs of jalea and ice cream. And then Gordon the Master Grocer is adding 5 happiness and just providing beer, so the beer line will slowly fill up to 100%, even though we're not manufacturing any. When it gets there, we'll have a bonus 3 happiness and a bonus 30 coins per house. So artisans will be very happy. That's another thing ticked off their list. Perfume's probably the next priority for them. We're juggling a few other things, so we'll come back to it, but we will be making perfume on this island for them soon. Ship is on its way back here to work on the things we're actively working on. We can afford another 1 or 2 unlocking cycles. An hour left on that guy. Glass blowers, Get Rich Quick Volume 7. I think we're close to completing the set of Get Rich Quick. Assembly line productivity. It's got like a third of the items and there are 3 categories, so I feel like we're approaching having all of the industrial technology and not having the item I'm after. I really hope it's not classed as a civil technology. No, it shouldn't be. It should be part of a trade union effect. Guess we'll see ultimately. That's interesting. That provides electricity for free but increases the maintenance cost of the buildings in turn. Not sure we're rich enough to afford that. Buildings are generally expensive, but could be in certain cases if we were electrifying a whole bunch of generally cheap buildings. Easier than shipping the oil around. Really don't like how we're shipping the oil around.
Island? Christ on a dandy horse.
But still, it's not broken, so not a priority at the moment. Okay. I'm expecting our dockland progress to kind of finish roughly the same time creation of that item finishes. We'll leave them going. Flagship is what we're after. Here he is. It's good timing, just as I'm thinking about him. So let's unload the actor and geologist. Send him back to Eli, because we're still looking for a couple of items. More actors would be good. The geologist, I've forgotten why I got him. Oh, it electrifies clay pits and gives them pearls, yeah. Yeah, we're going to be interested in that. Also going to want... I saw it once, but we never did anything. There's an ability somehow to move the actual clay itself. Next, you're off. No problem at all. You're very welcome. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. Hope you can join us again sometime, hopefully, and share the tips you found in the game. Hope you have a good time, man. Something to do with this, wasn't it? Like a major discovery, maybe? Mastery of nature, yeah, move clay deposit. Take an hour and a half to develop it. Can afford. Let's queue it up. It's more expensive every time. We're used to that. Suppose all we really need to do is move them next to each other. Because that item, so yeah, we just need to want to move all the clay deposits on the island so that they can be covered by the same trade union. There are 4 of them. All really far apart. This would be an okay spot because it's out of the way of everything else, I think. But that means we're going to have to queue up 3 times of being able to move them, which, if we're paying more each time, we want each time to be worth it. This seems like a worthwhile use of it. This is like our main island. We're going to get the pearls here that we want, and we're going to electrify them all, which increases their output. Just make sure that where we move them is where we want them forever. Keeping this one's out of the way of stuff. Share the trade union with other items for other buildings if we make sure it can cover a lot. So what's the coverage of one like? Well, tiny here, so we wouldn't be able to share with much. This will be a fine spot. We'll put them all in a row there when we unlock that, which will take a while. Engineer workforce has just dipped negative.
You reach the limits of the possible.
Things changed in what we're supplying them, so it shouldn't have changed. Just approve the same newspaper as we're always getting. And there, it's going back up again. Bit weird. Just for a bit of security on that workforce, I am going to drop this to like 1250. Free up an extra 50 people to be available for whatever is going on with that. All good. The other item that we dropped off, there's a few there that we're fiddling with gradually, one at a time. The actor is going to provide rum and canned food to our engineers, which is good. 2 items that they want, as long as we provide the variety theatre, which we're easily doing. So we need to get all of our engineers covered by, ideally by 1 town hall, but most likely by 2, because the coverage size is pretty small. It looks possible to cover them all. But ultimately, I guess we will want more of them anyway, so having 2 wouldn't hurt. But we will need to juggle things around to fit them in anyway. Fit 2 in. We may need to redesign that circle all over again. Which it wasn't perfect to begin with, so I'm not against doing that. It's just about fitting the electricity supply, which has been awkward. If we could improve electricity supply to houses, that would be helpful. I get a feeling we looked at that before and didn't find an answer. Provides electricity to production buildings. Interesting. Residences with electricity are provided banker members club. Again, it's cool, but doesn't help us with the specific problem I'm trying to address. That doesn't affect houses, nor that. That. Yeah, these are all like for production, various production buildings. So no, there's nothing you can put in a town hall that will provide electricity. It's only something that means we wouldn't need the banks if we electrify the investors, which is kind of cool, but definitely not a priority. Got enough on the list of things to do. Have we arrived at the prison? We have. So let's have a look at what we might get. We got a Gordon already, and we don't currently need another one. So I think we'll leave that for now. We'll come back and uncover and buy one if we do discover the need for another one. Another actor and the other guy with the same moustache is what we're after. Tissier. Another Ferris. Which we can have a bunch of empty slots with no people in them. I don't know what we're going to do about them. Not worry about it to begin with, I guess, and just get whatever. After. Income from investors is nice to have, I guess, but not what we're after. Bunch of epic items, but again, not the one we're after. And there's a nice generic town hall person. Adds happiness, reduces fire and illness chance. I don't think it's necessary. I think all our guys are generally happy anyway. Most of them. Church provided schnapps, pub and beer is not useful in the area we're working in. There's the second actor I want, so that's that sorted. One more we're after. Fool provides variety theatre. That's interesting. So the that other item that required variety theatre to be provided, I'm guessing it can be done from this item, not necessarily from the building. I'm going to buy that to check it. It's interesting that that's just a common item. Provides variety theatre. Should therefore be like a
new expedition.
A rarer version of it that does something in addition. Maybe we'll find one, perhaps. Frontiersman. Beef from hunting cabins. Don't think that helps us with anything. We've seen every other person a dozen times apart from the one I want. Grain producer. Grain farm and pepper farm and vineyard make champagne. Unnecessary for us at the moment. Scholars gain bonus happiness. Not our current concern. Our rerolls are getting expensive now. We've got the money, so I'm not against doing it, but we might just need to take 5 minutes away from it in order to reset the cost. Two more times, so on this one. That's a big one as well. It's got pub, it gets sausage bread, beer and church. Simplifies a lot. We don't want to do it now, but I probably do want to do that at some point. So last one makes a bank free. Don't really mind that at the moment. They're not there, so we're just going to sit there until the cost resets in 5 in-game minutes, or so however long it takes. What else are we halfway through? Tell how complicated a game is by how many times I'm going as I stream it. Is a lot of times with Anno, but like I say, still having fun despite that. Storage of tallow is full, so that's not going to happen. That's not good, and shouldn't have happened. Where's the trade ship? This guy. Oh, I've done a silly. Every time we change this trade route, I should have made sure we emptied the boat, because he's not been taking all 6 slots away, so let's jettison all that. Well, I know it's wasteful, but it's not important. Jettison all that so that it actually starts doing what it's supposed to. That's a shame, but never mind. Unlocked another level 3 with fish, so that should give us another construction slot for the offices. Tallow is almost unlocked. I'll have a small setback. These ones need 1 more visit. Okay. So we should be able to build another office. Let's do that. That one there. That one there. So that's 8 per island. We can have 16 trade routes if we can get enough items to keep them active. Obviously. Doing something on this island, yeah. Do we need to unlock stuff? 27 active. I don't think we'll make that on 2 islands, which could be a problem. Need another island in the actual old world map to level up, like the second island we're doing here, with things worth doing. Might reach the 20 point possibly here, not far off that. It's okay, it won't take us that long to finish unlocking them. Leveling them up is going to, it appears, it's going to take a long time, but it's fine. Saved up some more points, so let's have another hunt for plough.
The people celebrate your leadership.
Feed yard. Increased animal productivity, that's cool. Big bonus, I mean. There's the plough. Miraculous steel plough is unlocked. Good, so let's go back. I'd like to prioritise it because it's an older thing that we're working on, so I'm going to remove these from the queue. Put item development of a miraculous steel plough in. It's relatively cheap at 5,000. Then we'll queue back up those 3 clay deposit movements. that I want to do on this island. Good. It'll take some time for that to actually be created, but that's progress, at least on that part of the to-do list. Okay. What else have we got going? We're resetting the price. See if that's happened. It has. Can start again here. It's the epic item with the pointy moustache. Get the same items again, like I say. There we go. This guy provides variety theatre. Here's the epic version that provides happiness and variety theatre. So why don't we sell the Fool and buy the critically acclaimed Tragedian instead? As they're just a strictly better version. Tailors make bombines. 1 per 10 cycles doesn't seem enough to be worth it. But I'm likely wrong on that. We may end up trying that in the future. It's that time of the day where we get that bug in the game. Happening every stream now. This is actually earlier in the stream. I think it's getting worse. So the UI disappears. There is no way of bringing it back, seemingly. Everything I've tried doesn't work. We just need to wait. I want to wait to get an autosave point, so that we don't miss anything, because I'll likely forget what we've done in the past couple of minutes. When we get the autosave point, we just need to force quit the game and reopen it, and there is nothing else to be done for it. So apologies, bear with us for a few minutes, and we'll be back up and actually playing the game soon. Really long enough to get the autosave? Maybe. We'll try it. Let me just come out of the screen and try to force close it. Weird how it is now happening more often. It must be related to something in game progression. The more you build, the more it happens, I guess. Frustrating one for sure. There we go, so we're out. Leave the Ubisoft launcher. Then relaunch the game. Crossed. Now loading back in. Good. Continue, and then buying that, it wasn't the Fool, that's the one that was the lower level, so if it hasn't got that autosave, I'm imagining that's all we need to redo, but yeah, see how much it's rolled back. To be done for, it's just it happens in games, I suppose. I'm generally playing quite stable games, so I'm not used to it. But I know a lot of, especially big releases recently, that you just have to accept that it's going to crash every now and then, or glitch out, like in this case. If it is going to do it more often, then I might go ahead and try and move the game to the solid state drive. I know I didn't want to because there's no easy way of doing it. You have to like cut and paste the folders and then refresh the Epic Game Launcher to get it to recognise it. Which, if it goes wrong, I don't want to lose the save. I could probably uninstall and re-download the game quick enough. As long as I can find the save files and keep them safe. We have research points, so have we got the plough unlocked? Yes, but it's not in the queue there, so do want to add that plough to the queue. This is the point where it's reset, that's fine. 3 instances of moving the clay, all good. Then didn't do anything extra in the Docklands. Didn't move anything. I think this is the point where we go to the prison, find our ship, and yeah, start trading and hope we get the same offers. Actually, I guess if we're hoping, I'll hope we get different ones and get the item I want. It'd be nice to see the Tragedian again. I'm pretty sure these are different. That's okay. Soap uses wood instead of tallow. Tallow's not that hard to get. Now we get neither of the items I want. User again, didn't want that, did I? No. The artisanal kitchen we're looking to do away with that other item, so we wouldn't need the kitchen at all. Lots of epic items, but not the one I want. It's kind of new, it's just speed and trade price. That's no particular need for us. Could be good to put on the trade ship that's like selling the soap or the gold or whatever. Scholar residence bonuses, not what we're after. Fisheries produce tallow. Not particularly necessary. Spectacles make glass, so they'd kind of feed themselves with glass. It's interesting, but probably not enough. 1 per 4 cycles wouldn't be enough, so not see a big benefit from that. One last click, still not there. That's a lot of pages we've gone through. We'll give it some time to reset the costs again. Clicked through a lot of times now and not got it. Rum item, wasn't it? Yeah, this one, Lewis Brindley. Item source, Eli Bleakworth. It's definitely available there. Maybe just additionally rare or whatever. Also researchable. In the one we've just researched a ton of, didn't even find it there, like trade union items. Just unlucky, I guess. Could perhaps look at other sources, but I don't think it's necessary. I think we just keep clicking through the shop until we get offered, or perhaps we click through the Research Institute after we've done what's in the queue, because there's expensive stuff there. Obviously, we need to save up our points to pay for them. That's fine. We'll see if we get there eventually. yet got anything else to change. We brought something to the new world, didn't we? An item. Did we put it where it belongs? It's not stored there. But still, that's where the plough's going. That's fine. Yes, we did put it, didn't we? We did a master grocer, that's what it was, and that is all sorted, so that's not an issue. We're waiting for the item that we're producing to be made. We think the docklands will be ready to change when that's done around the same time. So until then, we need something else to work on. The next thing to put here is perfume production. Can't do orchids on this island. That's one thing we came up against, but we can if we change fertilities. We take something that we are making in Hacienda. We don't need the fertility for it. Sugarcane, for example, we're making here.
Storeroom's full, boss.
No. Here. Yes. So we could remove the sugarcane fertility and change it to orchids. Safely, I think. But that is the same as moving the clay pits. We need to research a change fertility option to do that. Let's queue that up while I have that in mind. Yeah, there it is, change fertility. Let's queue one of them up. Lots to do in there. It's okay, let's keep full speed on and we can get through it all. Okay, so we can't produce the whole chain. I guess we'll wait until we can before we start. Corn we can't do on the island, but we can in the Hacienda, so we're doing that. So we will be able to make ethanol here. And it's an orchard for coconut oil, so that will be fine. Once we can change the fertility, we'll come and do that. The Samba school also wants costumes being made. Which we have. We have electrified a Nandu farm somewhere in order to get the feathers. We need pigment, minerals. We've got saltpeter being made as well because we've electrified those. But we're using some of it to get the helium, so that might be... We'll see. And then cotton's easy. So we could do this. Should be able to do this. Let's try that. We need to build the mineral mine. Which is this one here. That's interesting. Cool.
The more the merrier.
We need pigments. Electrified. Actually, that mine might be electrified. It is. Okay. So we can build 2 electrified arsenals. It's probably overkill. Let's put 1 in for now. Let's also put an extra warehouse in this area. Picking things up. We're going to need to increase our cotton production. So if we're going to put another electrified cotton mill in there, for example, we're going to need another probably 2 cotton plantations. Should be the same as that's already tracted. Tracted one is like 3, so how is the ratios with those buildings built? We're we're short of cotton, but only just, so we don't necessarily need a tracted cotton, just a little bit more cotton. is necessary. Using this space at the moment, so we can move that over. Move these across and hopefully fit a cotton plantation in here. Should be okay. That'll do. It's neat enough. Okay. That should be enough cotton fabric. Minerals. Wherever they are. Yeah. Which are making pigments. Good. With a surplus, but that's fine. Now do feathers. 2 might not be enough. We shall see. If we put...
You can do it. Let down.
Costume shop in, which can be electrified as well, so let's do so and see. Then they need to feed it into a samba school, so we're going to need to build the school to start consuming it. It's probably best done in the middle here. That coverage looks to go a long way. So it could be okay on an edge or the edge here. Let's try that. Put that there. It is like it covers the entire, yeah, long way out. So that's not really looking like a problem. Probably should pave over these roads anyway. Coverage from everything else. Make sure it's all good and
Seductive
simple.
Bury my desk.
There we go. No warehouse, of course. It will need a warehouse to actually supply the costumes. Let's put one next door. Be fine. So that should create consumption need for costumes, so we can see the whole chain.
Market then, eh?
But yeah, you need like less than one really, but one needed, 2 being made. So it is overkill. That's fine.
People celebrate your leadership.
That does mean we have sufficient feathers. More than enough pigments. Maybe they'll be used in something else we can share the excess with.
A bit of a coup securing their expertise.
That item is finished being made. That's good. We'll have there next. And the cotton is the only other thing. Make sure that's still okay. Yeah, it's fine. Just enough. That's brilliant. That's another happiness one completed for the artistas.
The causeway
4
remains
more happiness
at
and
high
15
tide,
coins.
though it cannot be seen.
Which is good. I'm very happy and making us money, which is perfect. That's one thing ticked off. Let's head to the Cape, back to the research. That's fine. That's all queued up. We should have an item. There he is, Brother Hilarious. So we want to move all of our schnapps distilleries and breweries to the same spot and then get them covered by a trade union. I had a feeling we've moved them already because we were electrifying a whole bunch of stuff. So I think that's breweries. 3 of them there. Malt houses that feed them. Where are schnapps distilleries? They've perhaps not been moved. No, they're down here still. Okay. Some there, and then there's... so why don't we tractorize over here the potatoes? There's 1, 2, 3. So we can turn these 12 into 4. This is a tractorized potatoes already? Yeah, so if we get 4 more of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Make sure they're getting fuel. They are. Probably give them another warehouse just in case on that end. That allows us to replace all of the ones down here, all of the farms there, and there. Then we've got interesting fields. I've deleted the wrong thing completely. Never mind. 12, 13, 14, 15 distilleries, so we can turn that into 8 electrified distilleries, which are probably not going to squeeze up where the breweries are now. Maybe. Probably. Juggle things around a bit in this area. Don't want to move that. The fur dealers, they also need to be covered by a trade union. But can we try and fit everything here? 8 distilleries. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not ideal, but okay. And then these 3 breweries. Definitely going to need a warehouse, aren't they, for them? It's overloaded before we even got here. So let's move these. Put the warehouse there. Fully upgrade it. I want to swap these around a bit, maybe. It's bigger, so they can be out this way, and then distilleries out this way would make a bit of a mess of it at the moment, but it'll fall into place in a second, I'm sure. That's all fine. Line these up here, and then around this side too. That's okay. Is that electrified? Yes. Is it covered by the trade union? No. 2 of them are not. So if we... one can move into that space. We rotate it. Yes, it's covered if we rotate it. Good. This trade union that's also providing the costume designer for the fur can have Brother Hilarious in, and therefore affect 3 breweries and all those schnapps distilleries. Increase their productivity by 50%, so 3 breweries could be 2 instead, and 1, 2, 3, 8 could be 5. 6 to be safe. Move that in. Get rid of unnecessary road for now. They're all covered by the trade union. Got a warehouse. So our beer and schnapps, let's check they're okay. We've increased our surplus of schnapps. We needed 6 for trading, so now we've got 12 for trading, I guess, or take 1 away. That'll give us 7, which is perfect. That's good. And then beer. Actually, let's check potatoes feeding in. Potatoes also in excess by a significant amount, so let's head to potato farms and remove 1. So potatoes are just in excess. Schnapps is after the trading is added, just in excess. That's perfect. Grain is good. Potential is higher than the need. Hops are good. Malt is good. Beer is just under, like a fraction short of what we need. Just a fraction. I did remove 1, so that 50% bonus obviously wasn't enough. Is there any other item from any other bonus from the other item we're hunting? Schnapps distillery will produce faster, but not the brewery. So we do need another brewery out here. That's fine. So we're going to have a surplus of beer. I guess we can trade it.
These fabled lands.
Just double check. Grain's still fine, of course, because of the malt. Malt is now closer, but still good. Hops are now short. 6 against 8. But beer is going to be positive. So we need to increase hop farms, which are here. Tractorizing doesn't just do 200, it does 200 and a bit. So if we turn these 9 into 3 tractored ones, it should be okay. Should be all that we need. Where is a good question. I guess we follow the pattern and come out this way. Try and fit the farms there. Yeah.
The people celebrate your leadership.
I'm going to take one of these and tractorize it. Add the tractor barn there. They'll need more fields. How's that? Not bad. Take another one. Yeah. I think they're going to slot together nicely, which is why I'm not copy pasting. Tractor barn.
We know field.
Could be wrong here. I am. One tiny little square is what they don't fit by. Fine. Just build each one individually to fit them together as best we can then. Take the next one. Put it here. This tractor barn. Fill in the rest of the fields. It's fine. Are they getting fuel? They are. They're going to want a warehouse though. So put one in the middle there. We upgrade these a little bit as well for good coverage. So that ought to mean we can remove these farms as well. Tractorize those grain farms, it would tidy up a little bit as well. Let's just check I'm right about the hops production and it's now crept over.
I better watch what I say.
No, it hasn't. Or not by enough. There we go. Just hadn't given it enough time. Stats have updated, so yeah, the 8 is just over the 8 that we're consuming, so that is good now. So beer is good, schnapps are good. They're up on the hill, they're covered by that trade union. So we are producing rum on this island too. How much? We know we're at -14 before we did this. We're now at negative... Wait. By the way, we're consuming 14. That's not changed. We're now producing 11 here when we were producing 0. So that is a lot that we're producing locally. I mean, it's 11 per minute. That is a huge amount just from that. I think the other item we got that might remove or reduce the rum need. Yeah, it's going to do something when I remember what it is. Is going to leave us with a huge surplus of rum here, which we can trade, which is brilliant. All positive. We've used the item that we created. We're now just waiting on the plough here. Is our ship is here at the prison, waiting for the cost to reset, which it should have done by now.
On the bright side, it'll be over soon.
Let's deal with the
people celebrate your
pirates
leadership.
declaring war on us first. Get rid of them. Again.
You force I also have my wife. My people will be glad.
There we go.
It's as kind as
No more war. We can go shopping.
Seductive chart.
Not the item we're after. There. Getting concerned now that the information screen might have been wrong and it's not available here. Wasting all this money for nothing. That's new. That does the same as that other item we found. 7 happiness and provides variety theatre. So we want it. It's interesting, 2 items that do the same thing with different names. Interesting. Wouldn't have thought that would be the case. Added workforce, happiness from school, bonus research points from end base and items. That other interesting one that we're not doing yet. Oil power plant, workforce needed and chance of explosion. It's not such an issue as compares to the refinery. Jewelers use gold ore instead of gold. Interesting. Possibly unnecessary. It removes the gold smelting, which I guess is high on workforce usage. Not what we're dealing with right now, but possibly going to be wanting to set up jewellery production next, so that could be something we consider.
The people celebrate your leadership.
Seen all these before. Last one. Still not there. Okay, we'll leave it to reset the costs again. I am concerned that it's still not showing up. We're sitting at the capacity of research points, so I'm going to look for the trade union item, because it is possible to research it as well. So we'll keep unlocking trade union items, hoping it shows up. What are we doing next? Move clay, that's pretty cheap, so we can go maybe this time and one more. Let's get Rich Quick Volume 3. Good. Do this one and then... next one's quite cheap. No, let's just do this one. Let's not leave ourselves with problems. Desperately hunting for this one item. It'll show up eventually, I'm sure. Good. Anything else we are... Oh, there's a run.
I won't back a horse with a...
We've got a police station covering the area. 1. Mobilise the extra unit. Hope it's enough. Anything more to be done? Oh, we made the item, so maybe the docklands have... Let's first deal with the war from the other pirate, of course.
Call that a fine, but stay.
There we go. Then dockland progression. Let's have a look. So this was cement, which was for these ones: brass, pearls, and gold. They are unlocked, so we don't need cement trading anymore. We need plantains to unlock these 2. Might as well do that.
The people celebrate your leadership.
Got no other source of plantains coming here, so because we only need 900 to unlock that, and we have more than 900 storage, we don't necessarily need to do anything. Don't know where all these flowers have come from on this island. Just a whole bunch of free botanical garden items given to us. Don't know. Coming from somewhere, I guess, that I haven't noticed. Could it be related to this somehow? It could be, but not evident.
Reporting in.
We can change that trade route. There's no more cement coming in here. Just need to make sure to empty that boat out.
New orders.
It's fine. Let's change that. We'll slowly start progressing on that one, on the plantain one. We don't need to change anything. It will just do it. This one, let's bring in the tallow. Their storage is full. Oops. So that must have been for down here. So we've unlocked those as well. Filaments and calchock. That's not from an item. That's from importing pocket watches. That's going to be a very slow one. Maybe we do faster ones first. Importing cotton fabric, which we can't do because it's not unlocked. So we can't do that one yet. This is what we're doing on the other island. These need active trade routes. These need us to import fur coats. And that's it. So I guess this is the only one, the fur coats. We need to remove the exporting of fur coats in order to allow the importing. I'm not going to get many in trade for the items we're allowing out. It's going to take a while to get to 810, but that's fine. We need something else, or two more things now that we have in surplus that we can trade out. Let's have a look. Already doing all those. Already doing that. And those.
You'll make a killing on this. A job half done will come back to bite.
I feel it reflects the times.
This newspaper out. Oh, it's worse than usual. It's not the same newspaper.
Uncompromising journalism.
There we go.
That you live with a shame in
Small
your paper.
surplus of beer now. It's not really worth much. Could do windows. Do 2 windows. That's about it that I can see. Yeah, I think we'll need to make something more in order to get the other one. We could do steel beams, I guess, if we're doing windows. They are more helpful, but we do have a lot, I guess. We don't overdo the number. Let's do steel beams and windows. 40 of each, I guess. That adds good numbers to be bringing in. Good. That's interesting that it says champagne to fur coats is a 1-to-1 ratio, but it's 20 out for 14 in. That's not 1-to-1. Oh, there's a fur coats have a 1.2 times ratio. Interesting. We'd need to level champagne up in order to compete. Added complexity that could be made more obvious by changing the number in the middle. I guess. Oh, unless it's, yeah, a rounding thing. It displays 1-to-1, but it does say there it's 1.37 to 1. Okay, so it is written there at least. Fine. So we'll leave that to it. So we just need to change the route that's emptying things out. It's not going to be taking tallow anymore. It's going to be taking fur coats. Good, it's going to make us cash. There we go. Just need to make sure first that we hold a minimum stock of fur coats for supply to people that want it. Let's call it 100. Remove the passive trade on it because we're going to be actively dumping them. Then the ship that is being emptied out, if I can find it.
Cargo stations.
Want to empty all this tallow out so that it can. Yeah, it's not worth much. Let's just empty it. Then it will take the fur coats. I'll have space for them now. Good. As Docklands progress to the next things, they're going to take even longer than the last time. Almost finished making the plough, so we want our flagship back here in order to take it to the New World. So let's check in with the flagship. See if we can find that last item that we're after. Cost has reset again, so let's have a look. Loads of epic items, but not the one we're looking for. It's new fashion designer. Bonus residence from 04 scholars. Suits and boots. Not needed now, but probably later. Didn't bother about that, didn't I? Provides electricity to the schnapps and the brewery, so we wouldn't have needed to put them up on the cliff. It's fine, they're fine where they are now until we want to electrify something different, I guess. Then we will have that option of moving it. Definitely going to go crazy looking for this one. It's a number of times we've re-rolled it, it should have shown up by now. The plough is ready, there we go. Another actor, don't think we need. Another Maxime Renard. Might need. Leave it for now, because I want this spot on the boat for the item we're actually after, which is not that one. It's not showing up, and we're spending more. Getting worried about it now. Really worried. That's what we normally spend. If we've got the money, we can keep going. Let's do so for a while, but maybe up to 200,000 per roll. I don't think the odds change each time in any way. I think the odds are always the same of getting any item. East University range, don't need that. Seen all those before. Two more. Just one. Nope. Okay. Still not showing up, so... Oh, that's interesting. Windowmaker's carpentry work's also generating pearls. Bit weird, but an additional source of pearls may be necessary. Leave it for now, I think. Yeah. I'm gonna send the ship back so that it can make the trip to take the plough to the New World. Then by the time it gets back here, the costs will have reset, so that will be fine. While it makes that journey, now's a good spot for me to take another quick break before my legs do fall asleep. Just have a little wander around and what have you. Oh, it's 6. I need to pop outside for a minute as well, so I'll probably be about 5 minutes this time while I sort some things out. And when I'm back, we will continue hunting for the items we're after and making small, gradual improvements to everything that we're up to, and see how it goes. I will see you in a few.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
A bold new expedition, Admiral.
An explosion in one of your factories.
I've uncovered a meaty opportunity.
Hello there, I am back. Little chores are all done. I'm a little cold because it got cold outside. But I'm sure I'll warm up in here. The graphics card is hovering around 70-71 degrees, so Anno is definitely a
You've left the old
game
thing
that
a
runs
ruddy
hot.
jumble.
This place will warm up in no time. Let's have a look then. So our flagship has made it here. Let's unload these guys. And then load up the plough. Make the journey to the new world to finish off that whole process that we started the stream with. That'll then be done and put to bed, ticked off the list. Can move on to something else. We're at our cap again, so I am going to do 2 more rounds of trying to find this item. Some general bonus to weird chemical related stuff. Okay, that's cool. Not there, that's okay. Lumberjack productivity, don't really mind for that. Thought we'd unlocked that one
tap
before.
dancing is coming along nicely, but I will
Things can't show up twice, or we've kind of defeated the purpose with how I've approached it. So I could lick. There's multiple levels. We might have been one of the other rarities that we unlocked the last time. That's fine. We had an explosion while I was away. Okay, let's just go repair that. Fine. What else have we got going on? So we need the research to progress in order to do the perfume here, which is the next step. Anything else?
Great minds think alike.
Unlocked? No, cinema's not unlocked until 4,000. Bands at the same time. Lifestyle needs are all imported. We're not doing any of them at the moment, at least. So we're fine in the new world for a while. Or there's nothing to do there for a while. Just have to keep going with the other things. So the other item we're trying to find was to go up with the schnapps, make more rum from the schnapps, wasn't it? But we should have here the other items we needed, the ones that were to provide variety theatre and provide rum and canned food to people who have the variety theatre. So we do kind of want a second one of Maxime Renard. Or we want to try and reach all of these engineer houses with a single town hall. Which doesn't immediately appear possible. Could be a way. I guess the issue isn't necessarily just getting the town hall to reach, it's then do all the other services also reach. I mean, if we upgrade to brick roads, then I imagine they might do. We're going to need to rearrange things quite a bit to achieve that, though. Not sure how. Can we move the post office? No, we might need to separate engineers from investors, but don't really have enough electricity supply to do that. We can, at least for the time being, provide for the majority of this district, perhaps. Maybe not all of it. Let's finish off getting brick roads everywhere. We can remove this variety theatre, replace it with a town hall. Maxime in, and then put an actor in. So this other item, police station boost, don't need that. And the coverage of that is good. It's covering the weird shape we left on the edge there, but it's not great. we can improve this, can't we? The issue is having to take away 4 houses to do so. And not being able to put it central either, because it's a 4x4 building, so odd numbers would fit centrally better. Got to be somewhere better to put it. I feel like taking like the dead centre out and then, yeah, seeing how that goes. I'll just slow down time for a bit while I make a mess over here. Move them out the way for a bit. Move the town hall there. Like I say, can't be dead centre, so just do that and extra road interconnect. Well, it doesn't need to be connected, I suppose, because it works by diameter, not by road distance, so they're unnecessary. Don't think anything else is really unnecessary there to carry the other services we want, the roads, like the power. Power's gone a good distance now, though. Learning about the brick road bonus might have opened more opportunities, really, than I have so far realised.
Better than I predicted.
Now, move all those over a bit. Doesn't help on that outside one, okay. It's fine, it does mean that anyone outside of that blue circle is not getting variety theatre, so we still do need one. But the coverage looks fine if I move that back and make this symmetrical. Then like that at least. I'll be getting all the other services. University, Variety Theatre and Bank. That's kind of all, is it? Fine. So yeah, it would be good to do it differently somehow. Put all the houses inside the circle and then all the services outside the circle. And maybe with a power plant dead centre to that, you'd feed 2 whole circles of houses. Possibly. It's worth a go. We'll move these fields out of the way and then give it a go. Why not? Speed time back up while we do other things. But that does mean, like that, the purpose of doing this. And we will ideally fit it in one, so we probably don't need the second actor, but we're now providing rum and canned food for free, effectively. So our rum and canned food consumption should have changed significantly because of how many people fit in each house. Canned food was not very significant, but there is 1 surplus now.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
Rum, yeah, it's halved the amount they're consuming on this island. So even without that second item, which I'm still intending to get and put in even though we don't need it, we've got a 4 surplus of rum, so we could trade out 60 per visit. Don't have a spare slot for it, but when we do, we could trade out rum. There's nothing there we need to change. Yeah, that's fine. We could send the rum to this island and trade it out from here, but no big deal at the moment. How is this progressing for... It's 2/3 of the way there. It's pretty good. And this one is probably nowhere near, but that's to be expected. Can't actually see it. What am I looking for? Fur coat. There it is. 100. So yeah, 1/8 of the way there. It's not bad. This is the first one still, which is got another hour to go. That's fine. We're beyond the point where we can afford One more. It's 5,000 each now. We are going crazy with this. Drinks productivity, interesting. Old world mines require dynamite. Reduce productivity. Produce an extra 12. Don't know what that is. 12 crates every 2 cycles. Don't know what that is. See the value of it, but let's unlock them in the same manner we've been doing.
The people celebrate your leadership.
It's nice of them. So we're still hunting for a Sir Lewis Brindley, and we are working on the layout here to maximise that town hall. Those are the 2 current active jobs, and then the docklands are progressing in the background and the research is progressing in the background. So let's get this field out of the way so that we can work on the layout of this. Well, ideally it wouldn't be up here, but the rest of the cities are also a complete mess, so but less of a priority, so it's fine. We'll move all this out of the way. We'll work up here, and we can now lift and drop whole chunks separately. I was don't know if it was last session or the session before where I discovered you can grab and move multiple items at the same time, but I saw the patch notes recently for the latest update, and it was added then. So I thought, wow, I hadn't realised this before. It's probably because you couldn't do it before. So 6 grain farms will nicely turn into 2 tractorised ones. Let's move all of these over to the edge. Doesn't necessarily like moving so much at once, but there we go. And then we're going to add another 2 on, so it's like that. The end. Maybe re-space the... No, the warehouses are probably okay. Let's give that an upgrade. Oh. What's happened there? Some accidentally got deleted, or was it just being slow moving them? And let's check statistically where we are. Currently at 3 over. So I think 2 have disappeared because we should be further over having... Oh, I know why. I picked the wrong tool. I moved them instead of duplicating them. That should be better.
Hide the bottle. It's the boss.
Fuel coverage is fine. House coverage is good. Probably move this one up for these guys. That one stay for those guys. That's fine. That should let us remove these 6. All these old warehouses out of the way. And this road could change. Not necessarily a problem. We just need to connect up the mega pig farm. Which I think I'd rather let's run a little road next to the railway track. Delete everything in the middle here. Keep that attached there. That's fine. Do that. We'll build out into here with.
The people celebrate your
Not sure if it'll be enough space, but we'll try up here and then the second one down here between the river and the potatoes. Should be okay. Right. Let's just double check statistically that our grain production is acceptable. It is now in excess by 5. Don't know why, but that's fine. We've got more than we need. I'm not going to fiddle with it too much. Everything's okay. We have somehow freed up over 1,000 farmers. Is that because we've reached capacity on something and they're not actively working, or have we just tractorized enough to actually cut back? Shouldn't be the case. Each farm's only like 20 guys, so seems like something else might be afoot. Don't want to remove them only to discover that actually we did need them. Like really need them. So I know what you typically do is upgrade them, so that arc would typically be turn these into workers, turn the workers into artisans, and so on. Turn all of this into investors instead. But I feel like we've sprawled too much, and while we might end up this big again in the future, it's not helpful for our progression, so I am looking to actually just cut out a whole bunch of houses, shrink things down and make it more manageable while we improve it. So I do want to cut a bunch out. Not sure why it's so big. It might be festival related. It's always a potential thing. Festival attractiveness, happiness and income from alcohol, increased visits of specialists. Nothing about workers being freed up, not working. I guess, no, there's no free goods either, so it wouldn't have changed production. I'm going to cut a bunch of houses out and hope that doesn't cause a disaster shortly after. We can keep going, but not much more. That much is fine, okay. So is that much. Can we remove... Don't think we can remove them, they're covering over. We just need to turn them, unless we can put brick roads in to remove it. Cover them better, yep, that's all good. That's fine then, let's do the same on this side. That marketplace too, and that one should be fine, but I'm going to do a bit more brick road just in case. Then that hospital, just going to move it rather than remove it. But that spot would be preferable. Why can't I? It's blocked. But there's nothing there. It's missing... Oh, I think it's... Yeah, it's wider than that. I didn't notice. Sticking out the back. Fine. Not there then. Here, or let's put it up the top here. No, it doesn't fit there either, of course. Let's put it there then. Wherever it fits. That's fine for now. It's all good for now. Okay. 35 minutes game time left on the first moving of clay. Let's take a look at this then. How are we going to have this laid out? The idea is still, I suppose, to have these services on the edges. Maybe not on the edge, but on a corner or something. Should be okay. Let's start by moving the engineers to the northerly edge and leave the investors where they are for a minute. We're going to need to slow down time to do so. Can share that road if we bring it past the fields instead. Let's do so. With some kind of symmetry or system or something. So we really want to base both on a town hall. We put in a town hall. It's like the middle, what we're talking about. Next one's going to be like over here, but not urgent yet.
They say it's bad luck if I'm aboard. Like Jonah
Scattering
in the ship
some...
of Tarshish.
Oh, I see. He's scattering propaganda on us. That's where that comes from. Next 5.5 minutes, there's an increased chance of rioting. Luckily, we're well covered and it's not going to happen. Well, that's unnecessary from someone who we're not at war with. How rude. We'll have to go and destroy him later. Okay, so it is square. How do we build around that with houses? Like that, I suppose. We'll have this groups of 6 like this. The other way to how they are now, perhaps. But groups of 6 might not work best because we want to go that whole distance. So how does that look with houses? Fit 2 roads. It's 10, isn't it? That's not amazing. I kind of want to move it one more. I'll let you cut a road through for service. That won't really work. Can you... still cover the outside house with the town hall? Yeah, you can. Even though it's not going to be fully inside the circle, it is close enough, so that's okay. A block of 12 with no road in the middle. Would be preferable to have a road in the middle. Let's take a look at that. Move it another one down. House on the outside is not affected by the town hall, so that's no good. Needs to move up one from where it is, okay. But only the inside and the outside road are going to carry the service through. Hopefully it's okay. Next one round needs to be offset a bit. That's the size of the coverage. Don't know how much we would move that down. Just want to measure that out. Like, where's that point? That's how far across it's coming. That's going to cover all of them. Possibly further up. Would that house be covered? Yes. Out further away. That house is also covered. Okay. Out further away. That house is not covered. Okay, so there's your answer. It's the furthest it can be. Like that. So it's mirrored, isn't it? So that'll be like that. And this one will, I guess you have a double road up the middle to keep it symmetrical. Like that. No, that's that one I've copied wrong. There we go. Next row out then. Curve should be more dramatic, so it won't just be that kind of step down, it'll be further, I imagine. That one's not going to be covered, no. Can we see the... oh, you can, even without the road you can see. Of course, because the trade union is not on the road. That's the first point. 4 down from where it is. That. One more. like that. Good. Okay. How do they fit? Not well. Or too well, maybe. No. Put them on the other end and we'll see what fits between them. So it's 5 from that end, including the cross. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there. With one line, which you can't put centrally because that's a double. You'll have like a bunch there, then the bunch from this side that come over, and the road's going to be off centre there. Is what it is. It's how to maximise it, so if this works, this would be best. Can make it interesting by rotating that side. Can you fit more? Not really. If it's some on that outside there, so if you avoid putting services on that edge, if you need to, then we'll build a road around them. Services that we need to provide for these guys.
The golden ratio.
University, electricity. Theatre is going to come from the item, so bank, university, bank, and electricity. So the electricity we want dead centre. Let's copy for now. We won't actually connect it to the train line yet because we can't afford to have more of an oil drain at the moment. Yeah, so that's yet another thing we could change, but at the moment we can't, so we won't. That's an odd shaped one, so that will be the next circle will start there. We can connect them together simply or pave that whole thing over. I'd have a mind to pave it all over. Makes the random pylons disappear. It's all good. We can't like paste this other half of the system in because all this stuff's in the way, so in a while we will. University. Yeah, with the boost of the paved road, that looks like it's covering the whole thing without issue. Might even be able to go in the middle, cover both sides. Though it can't be symmetrical. Don't think. That is giving me guidelines, so that's like the middle. Yeah, 2 to the north and 2 to the south of the electricity, so that would be okay. Does that cover all the way north? I mean, it looks like I can't see. There's the change. There, and there. So it is covering that entire circle just from the middle. So one of them will cover the other as well. How about the bank? Can't fit nicely in the middle there. Although maybe the university will. Not that way around, but that way. That's in line and then one below, so it can't be symmetrical. No, because that edge is 6 units. So it can't be symmetrical there. Okay. Do we move it out again? Like, move the power down 1. Pave over another 2 lines. Or maybe on this point you leave the empty middle and decorate it or whatever. Put a couple extra houses there. Then that is still not central. Need to come down again. Like so. As that cover everything? We moved further away, but it really hasn't moved the coverage. That's all good. Very good. Happy to see that. Does that create the opportunity for the bank to also be symmetrically between the two? So that's 1, 2, 3 squares above and 4 squares below, so not that way round. And it's hard to tell. 2 squares above and 3 squares, so it's not an odd shaped in either side of the building, so it can't be centralized. Can we go close enough? I mean, like so.
Ah, the sound of cash registers and the smell of fresh
Or maybe we...
printed money.
Is there a town hall person who provides bank as well? Can we really reduce the amount of services? Let's go through and check them all, I guess. It's how it works. So this is farmers, workers, artisans, engineers, investors and skyscrapers. That's what we're looking at. Bonus income, bonus residents. If they've got electricity, they have bank and members club. That's exactly what we want. We're going to provide them electricity, so they'll also have bank and members club. We want Pietro Jonah Proud. Can only be researched. Okay. So we need to dump a whole load of points in researching town hall items as well. Fine. Any other good options? Public service costs. Maintenance of banks, not really. The idea is to not have a bank at all. Engineers and investors, bonus income from bank. If they've got bank, they've got pocket watches and jewellery for free. That's very interesting. We could avoid setting up jewellery production altogether. But we might need it for people who are not investors, I imagine. Very interesting, but not what we're dealing with. We don't have a problem producing those things at the moment. Bank range is increased. That's not necessary from the looks of it. Attractiveness. No. Bonus income from bank. No. Okay, so this is our only real option, and it's a very good option. Also get bonus income from market, bread, sewing machines, university. So some of those seem not relevant to this tier that we're working with. Bonus income and residence from university, spectacles, light bulbs, champagne. That's all relevant, all of that. So that's good. Good added bonus. So yeah, we're going to need to research town hall items as well. Let's click through a few and see if we get lucky. Just double checking if I can find that item again. Bank, wasn't it? Yeah, we haven't already unlocked him. Yeah, of course. That's fine. So we're going to research. Let's throw one more into technological. Didn't get lucky. One in one of Get Rich Quick. We must have them all by now. Let's grab that. Ah, of course. No, I see. I was thinking in the wrong situation. We're still doing technological advancement. It's still the very expensive one that we've been building up, but now we want civil technology from the middle. That's awkward. But there we go. So we need to check them both to see if either of them gives us what we want, but probably start whittling down the number of civil technologies that we don't want. Chance of fire reductions. Interesting, but neither of these are providing what we're looking for. It's fine. Let's go through the civil. And then We can't afford, very quickly, can't afford to do another one. Oh well. So what does that mean? It means for now they need a bank and a members club. Not this side, but the other side is going to need a members club, which is fine. It's all good. Wonder if we could fit like another circle next to it. We'll worry about that when we need to. When we've grown that big, how we adjust things a little bit in order to maybe get a bank to cover 4 circles at once from the middle, or the electricity to cover 4 circles at once from that middle. Shan't worry about that right now. That's all good. We're on slow, so let's move the houses. Post office. Post office is an issue. Another one that works by blue circle, and we want as many high-level buildings as possible. So like dead centre would be ideal. Doesn't quite fit on the in-between because it's an even-sided building in both ways. So yeah, dead centre would be good. There's no great way of doing that because of its size as well. It's not house sized, so it's going to remove 2 rows of houses. It would cover a lot if we did put it in the centre. I mean, we need mail to be generated, so it's probably need to sacrifice the buildings to do so. Town Hall doesn't need to be touching a road. No, we can't move it from where it is. I've moved that road from where it belongs, so that should be there. Think of that. Can't move the Town Hall from where it is. It needs to stay dead centre to cover everyone. So we could fit a postal service in the middle. Wouldn't be great, there's a bit of wasted space, but it would cover a significant number. It might be enough. Let's do so. Move the post office there. Fill that in. Start moving houses. And prioritise keeping them close to the post office rather than the ones that are not covered by post office. I've accidentally copied the road, that's what's gone wrong there. Or moved the road. Should be like so. Bit, and ones can go on that side for now. It's all of the investors. Oh, which is not the one I said we were going to move there. Never mind. They need a members club. Which, there might be good for it. That is not covering very far. Dead centre like that covers quite a lot. It fits the houses nicely around it, so ultimately we're trying to get that item so that we don't need a members club. So at least temporarily this will do fine to cover what we've got. Don't need the other one then. Don't need the bank. Need all these roads therefore. Police station, fire station, let's put them in. Fits nicely in that gap, that would be fine like that. Do intend to run that road through. Probably the one that will cross the rail line as well. So we want to dismantle this and then move it. Well, we're in slow mode, that's fine. Let's dismantle that. Move all that. Reconnect this station. If I can find, there it is, electricity. That's fine. Move that town hall, or I want to copy the layout, but this is going to copy all the buildings. Copy half of it. Yeah, do that. Line that up. No. That right? That was right. Yeah, yeah. I am gonna actually remove that bit of road. And again, the post office is one that works by blue circle, not by road, so that's fine. Don't need that. Do want to just move these out of the way for a minute. That actually, let's just throw that over here for a second. And one of that. And I kind of want to copy that much will do, turn it around, and we can pop that in and be the right height. Not sure how far the end we're going to be. Hello, Hero Boy. Nice to see you again. Welcome in. Surprised how much this game is similar. Yeah, it is to City Skylines. Obviously different in significant ways, but also very similar. Like you've got residential areas, you've got industrial areas, you've got movement between places and stuff like that. So it's quite different, but there's enough similar between them that you know, those are the bits that I find interesting. Obviously, I play both games. So dead center, we want this this one. Put that in. Then we can just move the houses in. Bit messy at the moment, but we'll get there. If I put another in there, we can see where the top road should be there. Same on the one next to it. No, there's a little bit of road in the middle there that we don't want for our pattern. There we go. So there, can do the same that side, good. Keep moving houses until everything's in the right spot now, I guess. City Skylines, but more depth. Well, in some ways, yeah. I know the build that I'm currently doing in City Skylines is like a complete sandbox, but when you play on the normal mode where it isn't a sandbox, it's still like a sandbox. The economics are quite basic, even though they do exist and so on. Whereas in this, the economics and the, it's not necessarily economics, but the numbers are a lot more complicated and a lot more significant, I guess. Am I playing with mods right now? No, this is purely vanilla. All DLCs, but no mods. It's my first playthrough, actually, of Anno 1800. We're a long way in. So yeah, I played vanilla first. Not really sure what's available in mods that's worth having or anything like that. I see other people are using mods, so there must be something good, but I don't really know anything about them. So might be interesting when we finished the first playthrough to investigate. I'd like to see if we can fit that police station in that gap. Can, because it's uneven. That's pretty cool. Like that. But the service coverage is not great of either of those buildings. It's okay. Might need one of each on the other ends as well, perhaps. But no big deal. Is the university covering everything? It is. Which is brilliant. And kind of the point. So we can get rid of this one. We can get rid of the variety theatre. This guy's providing variety theatre to these people. Do these not want it? Yeah, they don't want it, so that's fine. We've got a members club instead. That's all good. We're hopefully going to get the items so that they don't need the physical building for that. That's a hospital. That's worth having around. Let's coverage is a bit further on them, so I think we can do one on each end. So we'll have one there, another hospital there. Should cover everything pretty good. Good to see a few gaps, so we can expand still, especially the investor side. We know we want to expand there significantly. We can remove all of these. That bank isn't needed anymore, because that is hopefully covering everything. Yeah, that road isn't needed because we've measured up against it. This road also kind of unnecessary. Bit weird that the most developed and fancy part of town has a side road that heads to our mega pig farm, but I'm fine with it. I don't have to live there. Now that you know how it plays, you might look at it. Yeah, I said to someone who came in earlier though, it's this one, Anno 1800, is quite reliant on the DLCs. So if you can get it with all 4 seasons of content all together, it's probably worth it. If you've not played an Anno before and you're interested in the gameplay, the older ones in the series are also really good games. So you might be better off getting one of them on the cheap just to give it a go, and then if you like it, deciding if this one is worth the full investment of money. I don't even know what it costs now. Obviously they've released all the DLC that they're going to for this game, so it's kind of in end of life now. It could go on sale quite steeply, but I would always recommend it. Anyone who likes games about building stuff should try Anno as a series. It's really good. Except the one before this, which is Anno 2205, is very different to the series. Still, I think a good game about building stuff, but it's very different. So if you want this type of experience, then the older ones or this one would be better. Actually, tomorrow Factorio, yes. Yeah, Factorio again tomorrow. It might be our last session in that factory tomorrow. We might finish everything off, I think. So Factorio tomorrow could be like the end of that one, and then the Factorio afterwards will be something new. Very happy with this layout, these circles. These are good. Kind of just want to connect like this road that comes from the harbour up to it more directly, but I guess we need to tidy up all this mess before we can do that. Oh dear. We'll get to it eventually. Is everyone equally happy? No, they're not got power because we're just waiting for an oil delivery. That's fine, that'll come soon. Though we probably timed it poorly, removing their electricity when they've been they've had 2 drops of negative propaganda against us. Maybe a mega factory? Probably probably. We still need to do speedrun and we need to do handcrafting, but that might be possible to do in one stream, both of those achievements, maybe in 2 streams.
I either eat the best.
We'll see.
Or
And then
I
after
don't
that,
eat.
probably a modded run, which might be like one of the big names mods, the ones that are really complicated. Have a look at them, or it could be adding all the quality of life to make a mega factory. Whole package of the game on Steam for €60. That's not bad. That's pretty good. This and all DLCs, yeah. €60. Just, I mean, you know, check the other platforms if it's cheaper on Epic or directly from Ubisoft or something. But I like having all my games on Steam if I can, and I think unless it was like half that price somewhere else, I'd be quite happy paying €60 for this whole package. Although I haven't bought any of the cosmetic DLC. That's worth looking at whether you can get it cheaper if you don't buy the cosmetics. Depending on whether you're interested, like if you want to be able to prettify your city with all the cosmetic items, then go for it and buy them. Absolutely. They should be happy if I go to full speed, so I'm going to do that. As soon as we get the oil in, they'll be back to normal, so we might see a short dip of workforce availability. That's okay. It will be fixed if I unpause it, of course.
Here's the sort of caper I had. Oh.
Oops. So staffing that power plant is going to need some engineers. It's going to cut back another 50 engineers from our research, or more. Let's go down to the 1,000.
Why should
the default.
one day burst?
And leave that running. That's fine. I'm happy with that. We've got spare people then for whatever mess I've made moving this around. Should be fine. Steam only shows you, yeah, the year 4 gold and year 4 complete. Okay. That sounds, yeah, that makes sense. I think if year 4 gold was game plus 4 years of season pass, and 4 year complete was all of that plus the cosmetic DLC, it would make sense. So we can have a look, can't we? If we I'll bring Steam up. Can. Yeah, there we go. And I do a search for Anno 1800. And there are, yeah, just tons of DLCs.
How
So, yeah,
thrilling! A
got,
renowned personage has arrived.
yeah, there's a comparison there. So standard is just the game. Gold is the game deluxe season 4 pass. And the complete is the game deluxe season 4 and 1, 2, 3. So you want the complete edition. None of the packages include the cosmetics, which is good. You can optionally buy them in addition, though personally I wouldn't spend the money. But to get all the DLC you want complete edition, which, yeah, even so, €60 isn't bad. Free comedian, we'll skip on that. Okay, so if we're happy with, or stable with all of everything going on there, looks good. We've also got, what else am I in the middle of doing? We should have our flagship waiting. No, not there. Where is our flagship? Sent it here to unload the plough, of course. And the plough needs to go into this trade union, which will provide 50% productivity bonus to all those farms around it, which is great. Unnecessary, but great. So we finished these 2 haciendas now. We started them 5 hours ago, but we've been waiting on that plough, and now they're done. Which is great. It's really good to learn about how the hacienda system works and what advantages that's going to give us as we develop around here. Send the snapping turtle back to prison to try and buy that character that I would still like to finish the rum in the Cape production. Then research wise, I think we need to kind of save up still. We're going to need 10,000 for the next clay moving option. How are we doing in the Docklands? So our fur coat is at 300 out of 800. Going slow as I expect. I mean, we've been on slow speed for quite a while, so things likely haven't progressed much. Plantain is up to... we've finished plantain. We've unlocked chocolate and tea. So to get tobacco and coffee, we need to do chocolate instead. So let me just get some music playing, because that one finished. So we want to do chocolate. Chocolate in. Not getting good ratios there. That's 26. And we need to do 1,800. That's probably going to have to be done on the other island. And then until we develop this one out to be more... have the higher level items for us to trade for more chocolate per trip. We'll leave it ticking along for now. They want 1,800, so we are going to need to sell it off, but with 25 coming per visit, we're not going to need to worry about that for ages, so I won't fiddle with it for now. And the other ones want coffee, so you need to unlock that first, so that one's all good. Progressed to the next stage for now. Oh, that's a different newspaper for once. Still very negative, but no increased riot chance, which is better for us. We have so much positive happiness from other sources, so we're still not really in a position to edit newspapers, although I check out influence bonuses. Optimization is now at 360 and we only need it at 300, so we can remove some of the empty Harbour Master offices we use to boost that. Just check they're empty before I remove them. So there's 2 there. Is the one on this island? Yeah. So we're still at 300, which means we're still getting the maximum optimization bonus. And we've freed up a little bit more influence, which might let us do a little bit of propaganda on the next newspaper, if we want. We generally don't want, but it's good to have the option. Research points have now gone to a point where we can afford a round of research, so let's do another one. Neither's given us the item we're after. Or even an item I'm interested in at all. Would we want anything from this side instead? Activated item. I like that. Let's just whittle down the number of civil technologies in the way between what we wanted, which I've forgotten. It was about the bank, wasn't it? It's this guy, Jonah Proud, who is, yeah, giving free banker members club if they've got electricity.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
Very much what we could. If the ship's arrived, we can go shopping for the other item we're after, which is an epic item with a pointy moustache. Nice. Oh, that's the superintendent, yeah. Okay. Have to show up one day. What's the betting that after this stream I do a little bit of research on this item and discover that you have to do something else before it will show up, or that it's not available anymore, or something that's going to prove I shouldn't have been doing this. That is the other item that does Happiness and Variety Theatre, which, if we need a second circle of investors, we're going to want one, so I might as well buy it. We've got spare space because I'm only after one item. Don't necessarily need another actor. We've got a spare one already. That's fine. I am coughing. Let's have something for that. There. Can't believe they're charging full price on a game that could be a decade old. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's the entire model, isn't it? Games don't become cheaper over time. That's exactly what we're after. Perfect. Let's get him to the cake before the game crashes. I've seen a few. I think one that jumps to mind is the Metro series. The publishers or developers, whoever makes the decision, has gradually reduced their normal cost over time. Most developers don't, like, they release a €30 game, it's €30 forever. It's just, if you get it in sale, that becomes progressively cheaper. So it's like 10% off on the first sale, 20% off on the next sale, and so on. So Steam's income must be like such huge peaks when there are sales, and then huge dips when there's no sale on. It does seem crazy. They told us one would finish, didn't they? So 2 more queued up. We should be permitted to move a clay deposit. Not done it before, not sure how it works. Here's one. Guess we remove the clay mine first, and then click the build button to move it. No.
Hide the bottle. It's the bottle.
That builds the actual thing. There. Move is obviously the word that means move. Move that next to this one. Either way, we'll put it on the road for now. Yes, I have decided that's fine. Then we build the clay pit back. And those 2 brick yards, we can just move one to be electrified, and that'll be fine. Where can we do that? That's a bit busy. This is everywhere, really, isn't it? Let's do it on that one that was nearby. Up here. We're moving those lumberjacks, probably. They're not in a great spot there. Sensible spot.
Your ship has returned from its voyage.
We should create side roads here, so that could be there. It's not well spaced, whatever I do. Let's move that. Doesn't really matter. Okay. They're all fine. Put that in. Put that there. Build a straight line out there. And upgrade these roads while we're here for the electricity coverage. Do for now. You've got all the Metro games, so they're worth it. Yeah, if you're classic format, isn't it? First person shooter, linear story, follow the only path you can, click the buttons you're supposed to click, but also like shoot people. That's the challenge of it. Good games. I've played. Oh, I don't know now. I was going to say I finished the first one, but I'm not sure I did. Played a little of the second one, and I think I own the third one and never started it. They're a bit, they have jump scares, which immediately makes me leave a game. It shouldn't. It's a small thing, and the rest of the content is probably really good, but there's a jump scare. I just kind of save and quit. Get grumpy with it. Ah, forgot about these distilleries, didn't I? Because they're on a different road. Didn't quite clean up down here. Let's remove them and see where we are. We need a 6 or 5 surplus for what we're trading. That's only a 4, so let's add in another one. I did miss a step there. Add in another Schnapps distillery up here. Make sure it's electrified. Make sure it's covered by the trade union. All good. There's that short site fixed. Let's move that fire station into the housing. Move some of this unnecessary road. Tidy things up a little bit here. Look a bit weird for now, but that's fine. Don't need any of these warehouses. We moved all of their buildings that they were supplying away. That firehouse, don't think we need to cover fisheries. That can cover the scholars here for now. That's a lot of fisheries. Producing 8 excess, we're trading 5 or 6 away, so that's okay. Is there an item that would let us reduce the fisheries somewhere? It's not called fishery, is it? It is called fishery. Interesting. Fishery, that's it. Okay. Lots of items that can affect it. Like all production buildings. And gives electricity. Can you... First, let's know. You can't electrify it. Okay. It's fine then. That's useless. Really. Fishery produces gold bars and tallow. Interesting. Pirate, I get it. It's cool. 3 gold bars would be lovely. And 50% productivity is significant. That would actually help. What is he? Probably only going to get him from research. We could do expeditions to look for him. Should do expeditions to look for him, I guess. We would probably get it from research. Fisheries make more fish and other seafood. That's not particularly helpful. Music player's been funny. Might get some repeats. Apologies. No big deal. Coastal production building. That wouldn't help at all. Just 35% productivity wouldn't be bad if it's from a harbour master office. That's interesting. There's a bit of RNG in the game. Yeah, a few points. Like quest rewards are randomised in a lot of places, unless they're like story quests. The actual like general side quests rewards are all random.
Nagging feeling you're a jellyfish.
And then, you know, explosion and fire chance is random as well, obviously, but it's like a small thing.
Me? It's the other.
You can also so we're playing on the default campaign map. If you start a campaign, you will get exactly the same map, but you can start it's not a sandbox, it's like a free play option. So all the same rules, but the map is randomized. You get to choose how and in certain ways. So you can create a more difficult map or series of maps, or an easier one. Change the rules of your campaign. You just won't get the quest chains if you play in that mode. If you want the story quest chains, then you have to play in campaign mode with the default map, which is probably worth doing once so that you can see just how bad the story is. It looks like all we can really do with the fisheries is boost their productivity with generic items and therefore reduce how many we need. Extra goods, I mean the one that produces gold bars I'm interested in, but it might take us a while to get that.
We don't have to deal on paper.
Yeah, that's fine. Something simple like driftnet could even be what I'm after.
Perhaps it's time you met our Davy Jones.
Both pirates declared war at the same time. How fun. Let's end both wars at the same time.
Every man will be avenged. It's rare, I don't need telling, enough's enough.
You're right. I
there we
can't
go.
say I'm not
No more war.
No dice.
Oops. Didn't want to click
Ship under attack.
Okay. That's tidied up a bit more down here. We can remove this road as well. That's fine for now. Okay, we've got our boat is here. We can unload these people for storage. That one is going to go into the trade union up here. I didn't realise we had one of these guys. I remember seeing it and thinking it was interesting. I didn't think I bought it. No big deal. Fine. That one. So that's 100% extra productivity in schnapps, not in the brewery, and more rum. So if we've got 6 schnapps, they're now operating at 350%. So they were at 250. I can't do that maths in my head. I'm going to cut one off and see what we're making. We're now making 35 a minute and we only need 26, 27, so we can cut another one out. That's 28. That's a good spot. Enough for the extra trading we're doing and what's being consumed. That's great. Just going to move the one that's around the corner so we've got them all in a neat little line. Move that brewery closer as well. Tidy up that a bit. All good. All good. And a few more research points. We're going to need 20,000 to do the next one, but that's some time away. Let's do another. No, not that one.
Someone's been promoted up the batting order.
Research. The extremely expensive one. We don't need that one guy anymore because we just went and bought him. So it is the civil technology for the other guy. Who I'll remember as soon as I see him, but I can't place him at the moment. That's kind of nice. If you've got like a town hall with a spare slot, you can just increase its attractiveness. It's
how else are we to know the quaint from
pretty cool. Might leave that to build up closer to the 20,000 at this point. So we didn't get who I'm after, who I've forgotten again. It's the guy who's going to give us the bank stuff, this guy. You can only get him by research, it's the only source. Yeah, okay. It's fine, it's no option.
Some very promising ideas floating around today.
What are you doing here? Okay, so where does our ship need to be now? We're just waiting on research to move the other clay to work on that. Did we get the item for that? Then we're doing the fertility to do perfume in the new world. We get the guy who makes pearls come from clay. Yes, Grigor. Why don't I put him in a union over here so that I remember who he is and what we're doing. There. Oh yeah, provides electricity too, that's good. Double our clay production. Didn't think about that. He can also affect saltpeter works, but that's not on this island necessarily. Limestone quarry is what I was thinking. So we have some limestone quarries all in a row over here. It would have been sensible to move all those clay deposits in a row next to them and get this guy covering them at once. I mean, we can still just get another copy of the guy and put him up here doing it. No big deal. It's just a bit of a missed opportunity. Sand mine too, actually. We could have. Never mind. We haven't optimally placed these clay deposits, but we'll still survive, I'm sure. What are the other guys we bought out of interest? Any we might work on now? The other option for the variety theatre, that's fine, not right now. Gramophones we haven't unlocked, he says.
How about a lick of paint once
We
in a
have
while?
unlocked. We could do gramophone production and include Johann. Chef Michel would improve our cannery chain quite significantly. Perhaps look at tidying up the cannery production on this island. Then bicycle and sewing machine, not using steel, making pocket watches and gramophones. I wonder if they'll make enough gramophones that we don't need to make gramophones. Bicycle and sewing machine factory. We've got a few. We've got one bicycle factory and 2 sewing machine factories. It's not a huge amount, but if they're all in the same place, we can get this guy covering them. They ought to be up where we're making steel, if I was being logical before, which I may not have been. Weapons, steel. No, they're not here. Are they up with this chunk of...
Taken to wearing.
That's brass and motors. Pocket watches. Bicycles. There's the bicycles.
Confounded tricky this thing.
Can't fit more people in that one, so that's going to need to move somewhere else with a new trade union. This is all lower level stuff, so we want to kind of move the bicycles to wherever we've got the sewing machine, which I guess must be the other power plant over here. Yes, sewing machine factory. Okay, so yeah, let's move that bicycle production over here. There are a couple of changes we wanted to make to these. I can remember something about making the bicycles not need the grease. Not grease, is it? Rubber. Not needing the rubber. Let's check that. What is bicycle? Factory should work. Bicycle factory makes advanced weapons. That's very interesting. Another guy that can't be purchased anywhere. There we go. Generic productivity. Oh, it's that guy. The one we've got. Makes bicycles and sewing machines not use steel.
Seductive charts.
That isn't what I had in mind, but it is a part of that I didn't read before. That is good. So yeah, something about the calc shock that make it not required in this chain. Substitute workforce. We can just use workers, that's an option. I mean, if we need 3 items, then Varswoman, Dario, and the other one I'm thinking of but don't know about, Bruno, would be pretty good. I don't think we're going to get him on top of all the other ones we want to research. Doesn't look like there's anything else. That's just productivity. Then maybe there's some way of making the rubber here in the New World, so you still need to use it, but you can make it here. We can import it through Docklands. That's one option. I'm going to be able to spell it. There we go. Effects. Stuff in the New World. We've got one of those, haven't we? Park Ranger makes charcoal kiln make rubber. That is possible. We currently get our coal from coal mines because they're more effective. Could use charcoal kilns. We do have some spare space to put them in. It's not ideal though. Maybe we just keep bringing it over in the boats. You know, no big deal. Okay. It's currently using steel. If we take that away, it's going to use iron, so we have fewer furnaces. Frees up a bunch of workers we wouldn't need, so I do like that idea. Let's get a trade union out here. Well, it's not the perfect spot, whatever we do. I want to move these lumber yards. So let's do so. We need to put 2 more wherever. We've got a bunch over here, so 2 more lumberjacks. Can't electrify a lumberjack, that's a bit of a shame. A couple over here. Sure, why not? I'll go there. Stay at 100%. Great area for it, but
You steam ahead. Go on, mate.
see.
Take you for a Janus face. Fair play to you.
No, the road is going to drop it below 100%. It's not improved anywhere else on that little island bit, so let's not go there. Up on this one, maybe? Bit more open. To about there, maybe, and still be able to build the road out. That's 100% still on both. Good. We need a little warehouse, and then we need to join this road. A road. This is closest. Go straight over and then down. There we go. Is that an achievement, I guess, for building bridges? I would assume. There we go. That's that moved. That's fine. We are here.
Does this land belong to your queen? Are you a preacher of falsehoods?
That a firehouse? Yeah, so you still want firehouses. These are the ones we want to cover with the trade union. So let's get that. So there, it can cover like a whole bunch of buildings. Sure, we're going to have any spare people anyway. Spare space in it for more people than. There should be good. Run that road over.
Fabled lands exist.
These guys. There's good. And there. Fine. And That's the other guy we're trying to affect. The warehouse. So spacing's not ideal. He'd be better there. Can that fit there? Not quite. If we move everything along one, he will fit there. You can go there. And that guy's still affecting all of them. And we're going to put in this guy that changes their recipe to use iron instead of steel. And one guy we haven't got yet, right? Still looking for... Problem with the game. Too easily lose track of what I'm doing. It's something about bicycles. We know we said was interesting, but probably wouldn't get him because of his sources. There is the one we just put in. Completely lost track of it. What we were after. Electricity, that's not necessary. Thought it was someone we already had. Oh, we could get the draftswoman to make them use workers instead. The other one we could get, who is available from Eli. Interesting. I guess it was just for this guy because we had him. Fine. So that's going to change our supply picture of iron and steel, which we need to look at now. So the actual iron requirement is now 8 over what we're producing, whereas the steel is, we've got 12 in excess. So if we remove 2 furnaces,
Stand to attention for the boss.
probably won't need that coal mine either. Let's have a look at that. It's now even 32 and 32, which is kind of get a bit close, but fine. Steel is still in excess by 4, so we could put a building in to make more steel beams or more weapons, either of which we particularly need urgently. The steel beams are more usable, so that would be my first choice. Another
We can't.
one of these. I'm going to juggle things around a bit. That one over that side.
The people celebrate your leadership.
Make them look the same, and then put another one in. Where does that leave us? Coal is fine in excess. That's fine. Iron is looks good. Steel is now good, 16 to 15. Steel beams is bigger, so we could probably...
An explosion in one of your factories.
Trade out twice as much steel beams very safely now. So I'll let that do that. We'll go see what that explosion was about, then finish off organising this. An industrial oil press exploded randomly. Kind of cheap, just rebuild it. Guess we should put a fire department out here. Not an advanced one, a basic fire. Because we can. Might reduce the explosion chance a bit. It's fine. Dealt with that. In terms of tidying this up, could move the oil plant, the power plant, further to the left, as we're easily reaching the end of that road. Don't necessarily need to, but it might make supplying the oil quicker. We moved it to its longest point, and even then that spot might not be the best for it. Over here maybe. Let's give it a go. We'll slow down time to do that because it will remove the power when I move it. If we placed on that corner, the power wouldn't get anywhere near. Let's upgrade that entire road and then see. Still wouldn't get anywhere near. Okay. Fine. It's actually not far off then. Really not far off. Something like there, that no point in moving that at all. It's a couple spots away from it. Being able to still reach the end of that road. We should move a whole bunch of these onto side streets as well. Let's do so. But upgrade that warehouse. This one behind it maybe. See what we can fit here. That'll do for now. It's all good. Numbers are fine, things are a bit tidy. We've got space to put other industries there now when we're ready to electrify the next few things. That's used that item that we had, because that was the point, is to go and use these up. This guy needs gramophones, so maybe we look at producing gramophones. 2 guys for gramophones, I think we do that next. Or we tidy up canneries. We're at our research capacity, so I'm just going to burn some. Doing another round of looking for... I'll know it when I see it, but it's not there, so just cycle through. Okay. Canneries are electrified up here.
I had better leave it to set.
So the point of removing the goulash is we'd take away all of those kitchens and all of these spice farms,
We're taking
pepper farms. But we need to keep the cattle farm, which is fine. Is that right? Am I remembering that item right, or does it behave differently? Instead of goulash, processes pigs. Those are cows. Oh, interesting. It's even better. This took cows and peppers and would give it pigs instead, which we can produce a lot of pigs because they're shared with other recipes. So we're removing all of that and just making more pigs instead, which is great. I'd like to move that clay pit out of the way first, and then we can put the pigs behind these ones, I think. I hope. Okay, so we'll do that when we move those. We'll need to put these 3 canneries in range of a trade union, which we can do quite easily. I think we'll do a side road up here. Where's the plant? There's a power plant. Good. And a trade union to cover them. Won't put the guy in yet. Although actually, I think we've got a surplus of pigs. Let's do it. They're now taking pig and iron, so we can remove kitchen. We can remove pepper. We can remove cow. We just need to stop the Dockland exporting of the piggies. Pick something else. We've got tons of weapons that aren't moving. Let's just get weapon production moving again and get it all out. The full single production of weapons we're doing, I mean. Not the whole backlog of storage, which we could, but it's unnecessary, not in a rush to level them up. So statistically, where are we with pigs? At 26 over 24, so we're still good. The surplus we had was enough to cover the change. We're also producing sausage from that character as well. 1 sausage every 2 cycles of these buildings, which is every 22.5 seconds 3 times, so 3 sausage very quickly. Therefore, we're producing 12 to the 7. Are we trading out any of that? No. Could, don't necessarily need to. Simpler to just remove a slaughterhouse.
Look busy.
Like so. That should leave our sausage supply still even better. Move another one. Yeah, 8 to 7. That's fine. Okay, good. That's freeing up loads of like farmer and workforce that we can remove their houses and tidy things up again, which is really nice to be gradually improving each individual production run to free these things up bit by bit. Very good. And fewer buildings also, of course, is helping our regular income of cash as well, so we're going to have tons of money too, which is lovely. Let's remove a few more while we're on that theme. I'm going to take them from this edge corner. That'll do for now. Maybe like a between 1 and 200 buffer would be good, I think. What have we got next? Could take some workers away. It's not for now because I'm not sure we got enough. We can upgrade some artisans. That's a good thing to do next. It's enough for now, leaving us with between 1 and 200 of them spare as well. But move the engineers into their housing pod. Which is almost full, so we likely will need want a second circle of engineers as they're used in research. Their workforce is used for research. Do want more investors too. Let's at least fill that block in for now. We'll need one more. Five of them. Move them into here. Move these guys to that gap instead. There we go. Full blocks at least, although plenty of room to go. That would have changed, of course, demand for goods. Just check that nothing's gone negative, I guess. A bit unclear about the ones we're importing, but still. Big surplus of fish is being traded. Not that many. That's about 5, so we can remove at least 1, probably 2 fisheries. There's another riot, probably. Oh no, this is new.
One final look.
Rioting in Manola, that's new. Okay, let's sort this newspaper out. It's Same as we used to. Put a police station here,
So
I guess.
weren't you in white?
Probably
Last
another one
night
because
at
there
the
are
time of
none.
12.
Let's cover that side of the city. Bit awkward. I'll sort it out over time. It'll be okay. Another thought that I've immediately forgotten, so can't have been important. We're still good on fish. We are just about... I mean, we want to be trading out more valuable things at this point. Fish isn't really getting us a good return, but that's fine. Schnapps is now in a big excess. Let's cut that back.
Competitors have agreed an alliance.
No, that's too far. Okay, each building is worth a lot. Fine. We're trading out an excess of that. Probably do some more. We did 140 instead of whatever we're doing. Oh, we're not trading out schnapps. Okay. If we're not, then I am going to cut that back. So we've got 21 over 20, which is good. Potatoes, therefore, are now 11 in excess, so we can cut back on a bunch of potatoes as well. It's better 3 in excess now. Work clothes, 9 in excess. We're trading some, so let's increase work clothes to
The people celebrate your leadership.
8 worth 820s, 160. That's all fine. We have a surplus of clay because we've electrified it, but we're working on things with that. I don't want to fiddle with it yet. Surplus of sausage is small. Surplus of pigs is being traded. Surplus of flour. Interesting. There's mills up here. No, they're on. I don't know where they are. On the other one. There they are. So let's remove one of them. Smaller surplus. We'll leave that. Bread sales, coal is good, iron's good, steel's
Your
good.
streets are safe again.
Glad to hear it. Soap and tallow are fine. Here is good. Glass and windows and everything. Canned food is obviously improved because we're giving it like it's being provided by an item for some people now, or a lot of people now. It's in a great spot. You might be able to cut that back if it's 4 out of 2. We've got 3 buildings. We can probably cut one off. And food, yeah, that's fine. It's 3 over 2 now. Rum is at 17 over 4. So we really cut back the demand by providing it for free using this combination, but essentially this one, rum for variety theatre. These guys still want, no, they don't want rum. Okay, so yeah, there's very little demand for rum anymore, so one thing we should definitely do is sort that out. We can suspend the trade route that brings rum from the New World. We just don't need it anymore. Sorry, delete it. Then we just need to find those 2 ships that are on that route and we'll sell them off. We're planning on reducing, we'll probably have a big surplus of ships. So one of them is here. So we're going to send him to, we know that High Clarence Hall buys ships. That's the flagship. Is the other part of that route here? No.
This represents an extraordinary breakthrough in the field.
Glad to hear that. Cotton, mail. Don't know where the other one is. We've got a ship that we don't. Full of rum somewhere, and we don't know where. It's not in between the zones, and it's not in Cape. It really ought to be here, but these all say that they're moving actively. Yeah, so it's not there, so to be here. That guy's that's the one we've already got. Furs, gold, coffee. Furs, escort. Ah, there. That's the one that's transferring to a region. Oh, this is on its way. Can I give it new instructions to go there? And then they're both transferring. Good, found them both. So now in the new world, on the island producing rum, we have a huge unnecessary excess of rum. We only actually need 3 out of the tons that we've got, so we can cut that right back if we can find it all. There's 3 rum distilleries there, so let's take that down to 1. Tell you what, why don't we can do it neater if we just wipe it all out and start again, in my mind. So I'm going to do that. I don't want that, that's fine. There.
What can I do?
To check what these are. So that is sugar, so that's going. That's a rum distillery, so that's going. These. The kitchens, those are plantains, that's all fine. Those are rum distilleries. And that is sugar. That I did not mean to delete because it's one of those. Yeah, I can go there. Move that out of the way as well. For whatever's going on. It's fine, that's coffee. So I think that's it. We should now be at 0 sugar, 0 rum. Yes. We are, but with a demand for 3 rum per minute. Which means building 2 distilleries, which require 2 sugarcane plantations, 1 lumberjack hut. Yep. So that's probably excessive. I'm not too worried about that at the moment. If we need to come fiddle on this island, we can remove the excess lumberjack huts that we've got. So what? I mean, we've got a good warehouse here. We might as well use. Try to get a nice square sugarcane plantation. That'd be square, very nice. Let's copy that one. 2 rum distilleries. Yeah, around the corner, fine. We'll put another warehouse to be shared. That should leave us all good on this island. 4 sugar producing 4 rum. All good. No one's going to come and take any more away to sail it up to the old world. So I don't think. Let's double check that. Don't think we ever took any to the old world. So the Cape is no longer taking rum. Yeah, the old world isn't either. That's fine then. That's all tidied up. Cape has got all the rum it needs and more locally, so we can trade off the rest, which is like 13 units at the moment. So we'll look at that next time we need to do something with the docklands. We can trade all that excess rum away. is great. That's a real improvement, removing that trade line and making the rum locally on this island using those items instead. Orphaned fire station there, get rid of that. We're just over 6 hours in, so now is a sensible time for me to take another short break. No chores to do this time, so it will just be 2 or 3 minutes as I stretch the legs and whatever else might need doing when I find it. And then we'll come back in a few minutes and we'll carry on with all these little bits and pieces that we're working on, try and find the next chain or patch of land that can be improved, tidied up, or whatever's needed. So thanks for joining me so far, and I'll see you in a couple of minutes for a bit more.
The causeway remains at high tide, though it cannot be seen.
Your ship has returned from its voyage. Your ship has returned from its voyage.
Hello there, I am back from the break again. Probably the last one of the night. We've got another couple hours ahead still of the stream, and we'll see what else we can get tidied up in that time and organised. Are those... wrong button. That's the one I want. Sent a couple of ships to get sold. They should be here by now. They are good. Just sell the goods out of them. Not that we're desperate for the money, but why not?
Ready for a challenge.
While they're here.
What a jolly.
There we go, so that's that. Finished off, tidied up. The rum trade route that we've had so far is no longer necessary. And it has been dissolved. We are working on the third movement of clay. I'm not going to sink the cost in moving them up next to the limestone to optimize it, or down next to the sand or anything like that. I'm not fussed by that, so we will just move the next one. There's one by the pigs here.
Stand to attention for the boss.
No button to move it with the pit there, so let's remove the pit. Move the deposit. Live next to that one. And then rebuild clay pit. Because we're electrifying that, we actually do want to keep both buildings and electrify them, I guess. So I did that wrong last time. There's that one, so let's move these up and add another one to compensate for the one I took away before. Ought to still balance right. Let's finish tidying this up. Let's still keep a fire station near here, but just move it to the other side of the road. That warehouse isn't needed. Remove that much of the road. Out of curiosity, if we do need more pigs at some point, we can fit some back here. Yeah, a good number. Not those ones because the road won't go there, but up to that point. That's nice to have, just in case. We should hopefully be reducing things in general, but we'll see. There's 3 of them, so there's one more to move. Interesting, can't rotate it. Never mind, they're all facing different directions, I guess. Where is that one? Up here. Just on its own in the middle of nowhere, that's fine. It'd be nice to move that as well. Double check. We're producing 14 clay using 10. Interesting. Using 10 to make bricks. It's operating at 200%. These are operating at 200% as well. Should still be... Oh! This one wasn't feeding in the first place, I see. To brick production. There is a
my ambitions exist
lifestyle need for clay. We turned it off. I remember. We don't need that one. So unless these guys want clay for anything,
such kindness.
which they do not, we might as well make bricks from it. So let's get another 2 brick factories up. Why not? Just want to move this guy to encourage him to use this warehouse instead, because there's now 6 buildings feeding into that one. The same with that guy. For now, it's fine. That should leave our brick and clay balanced, 14 and 14, yep. So we're making 14 brick, we can increase the amount we're trading out. We're not trading any out, so that's fine. It's probably going to be better than the tiny amount of weapons, though, if we were to do I mean, we could do like 200 brick and I'd be... It's a bit much. Let's do 160. Just in case we do need to make some to build out something. I'm happy with that. I'll get more fur coats than I think. I didn't actually check the number, but I'm sure it does. Okay. Don't really know what's next, I suppose. We could just pick something random, like the work clothes production hasn't been electrified or siloed in any manner, so we could just do that. Were there any more items that were worth doing something with now? Don't need pepper fertility anymore. Don't think we'll need it in the future. Could sell it in for points was my thinking. The superintendent we don't want, or the exporter, we can sell them in for points. And the next thing we're doing is quite cheap, so let's do a bunch more research looking for that guy I keep forgetting. It's about the bank supply. If they've got electric, they get free bank. That's the one I'm after. Let's look at all of these. Are we going to want them, or shall we sell them all? They've got university, they get variety theatre. That's a pretty good option. We should look at that. 2 superintendents we don't want. Slurry pits. Reduced attractiveness penalty. We don't need to min-max that at the moment, but maybe in the future. Plantain we don't care about. It's part of a set, so we'll keep it. Basin crop farms. There must be better items than that. I improved for Sangha specifically.
This one don't look too scary. Christ on a
Shouldn't be hard to rebuy rares, so let's get rid of them. Utier. Slaughterhouse cost, don't really care. Increased chance of fire, I definitely don't want. Any kind of generic things like these that are totally generic. We've got an arborist up here, that's interesting. Don't know how they got here, but... Oh no, they could be anywhere for this selling point, I think. I know we've got to spare one of them, yeah.
You got a real bad personality.
That is interesting and we need to deal with straight away. Not pause. Slow down. Willy Wibblesock is declared war on us. That is not a pirate. It's an AI player that has outpaced us in military. We have 0 chance of a ceasefire. And we're losing trade ships, so...
More spectres to haunt me.
We need to do something about this. We need to actually fight. We are completely unprepared for.
A ship was destroyed.
Gonna have to rebuild a bunch of ships when we're done here. Don't know how to end the war, I guess. Do we beat him up? I've not been in this position before. I assume we beat him up. Do we give him lots of money and then tell him not to do it? Try.
Wibbly's worth a lot more
Doesn't
than
want
that.
it. Okay. We'll take flattery
Too
though.
kind. Really.
Luckily, unluckily, a few kind words aren't going to stop a war. I don't know. Do we just beat him up? We've got no anti-air built, which is
Just say the word.
the biggest risk, I suppose. We like seize an island off him and see if that stops him.
Ready for action.
Don't necessarily want to pull our escorts off, but they're the fighting ships we've got, so...
Ship under attack.
Pull this one off.
Attention.
Because he's only taking a short trip, so he's relatively safe. Got any military items here. This is very annoying and unexpected. and not particularly interesting as my thought. I was had my head in other places, and now we've been pulled away. No military items there. Borrow this to get movement speed. I don't necessarily want to lose that though, do I?
Destroyed.
We're losing trade ships that are sailing past his island. Which are obviously a big risk. Where is that military item? I kept the telemobilo scope safe here, so let's grab one of the escorts that are on this map. This one is probably the safest trade ship without escort, so let's bring that up here to get this item. Let's consider whether we can create a military helium ship.
A competitor raised a settlement.
Got no military innovator, so that anything there could easily be destroyed. I think the islands have got guns though. I hope the islands have got guns. Those are not military, so armed is just these two. We don't have any weapons on this island. We might have some in the region, possibly. Damage per second is pretty low. I mean, that's your best option. 40 weapons, it's 52 damage per second. It's not a big something. It's not a big amount. I think most of their islands have got good anti-air coverage, so it's probably not worth it. Just be about hunting ships. Which I can't see many of his ships around the place.
The embowelment of my fighting spirit.
Well, they have some anti-air vehicles, but we're really not outfit for that. We're not making advanced weapons, which would be necessary, I guess. We don't have a shorefront electricity, so we can't. Like I say, we're really not prepared for random declaration of war. Actually, sent this guy the wrong way, I guess. I want to bring him to the shop and see if we can get any good military items to have him punch a few things down. Sure what he might punch down. Or I guess, yeah, we don't know until we get the experience what will end the war. He's not interested in us giving him money.
Yeah,
more flattery he'll take, but that's not going to give us enough points to end the war. My assumption is you beat them hard enough and they request the ceasefire. That's my thought. We should speed time a little, though we will lose more ships. Hopefully the trade ships we lose aren't critical, and therefore everything can keep functioning okay for long enough for us to end it.
Ship under attack.
So this is a bad situation, really.
Fleet ready.
We can't tell that trade route to avoid it. We can only, like, send them away and pause them or something. Like, I don't want to lose battle cruisers because they're just sailing past absent-mindedly. Let's bring them back to an island. If they survive this encounter. Really want to, yeah,
was destroyed.
Hunt and kill his old frigates and gunboats and stuff and see if that builds up to enough
a ship
to get him to stop. Yeah, we lost those two schooners. Hopefully that battle cruiser survives and gets back to repair. Sit there and not cause trouble. He's still en route to there. There'll be a lot of zipping around. I'm getting dizzy already. Where's the one that's coming in? I think we will... We'll just use the one. There's no point in having two. Because I've not got items for two. There's the guy I'm after. A bit much.
Your harbour is under attack.
It's got guns. Should be okay.
Ship under attack.
This one's coming under fire. Yeah, that's to be expected. So while I'm thinking about it, we've got 340 optimization, so I can remove that and build in a repair crane. Just don't think there is one here.
Under attack.
So ships are going to come under attack, that's for sure.
A ship was destroyed.
Clipper, yeah. I can pause all the trade routes, but it's going to leave those ships in the middle of nowhere to be... Actually, I shouldn't I? I really want to pause the oil one.
Ship under attack. Ship under attack.
Even...
Ship under attack.
Yes, I know. They're less likely to be hunted out of the middle of the sea.
A ship was destroyed.
These ones I can send on an alternate route, I guess, to get to vague safety. But these oil ships I really don't want to lose. And if they come sailing past this island, they're going to be lost, so
Just say the word.
there's no point in losing them if we know it's going to happen like that. The guys can go around in various directions, that's fine. The old world, I think we've lost everyone already, so these two battle cruisers, if we could get them outfitted with military weapons, we'll try and get them up to the shop after. Let's get this guy trading. We really want range. That lets us attack islands without getting shot back. Perfect. Anything else we can have, I guess, is good. We've got a lot of money to burn, so could come very aggressively. Needs be. Get great items here, I don't think. Be good. Bit more armor, bit more health.
Your harbour is under attack.
Do for now. Let's get this guy just out of range of their guns there. Which harbour is it? Still well defended, that's fine. Just sending gunboats at it. I think the problem will be if they send airships because we don't have anti-air. If you can't seize an island using only airships, or we may be in trouble.
Lift achieved.
This guy is taking that range item.
Ship
and he's
under attack.
Come and outrange their guns on this island, hopefully. This is our little guy getting chased down by a random gunboat. This is a very annoying situation, but you know, we'll just deal with it and then repair everything after. And now we know who our primary target is. Can I still buy shares while we're at war? If buying an island out from him while at war will cause him to demand an end. I mean, that's us to try and just seize this island.
Cool.
These guys have made it in. Let's take the long route.
Fleet en route.
Somewhere safe. Follow the other ones, although they are still getting peppered, I suppose. Which one was destroyed? Just a schooner. Yeah, to be expected. This military one, oh, we should send it to repair because it's taken damage, but no big deal. Can we get in range, or do we need a second item? Thought 15% was enough last time. Here's not. Edge forward a little bit. See if we can. No. Oh yeah, we're clearly in range. Yeah, good. And they're not firing back. Yeah, perfect. That's the way to do it.
Battle deck to attention.
We're well in range of all this and they're not being able to fight back, so let's hit that one. Oh, we're not got a line of sight. Okay, be careful.
Churning water, Admiral.
There will do. And yeah, like I say, hopefully we can do enough damage from out range without disaster befalling our islands for us to demand an end to this war. He doesn't have a lot of islands. I really would have expected Beryl to come for us first, though I suppose we've managed to keep her vaguely positive. No more military ships on this map. No guns at this harbour. I'm going to use my flagship to bring some weapons down there. It's got white flags, so they shouldn't be able to attack that one, even the harbours, I assume. Got the 2 battleships here, so let's try and get this one a long way round. See if we can buy any range items at that shop in order to win the range there. So this guy's doing good. He's now auto-attacking the island. That's good. Keep an eye on where the turrets are and gradually move him forward and see how it goes. This guy's got a smaller island, but I don't think they put fewer guns around the small ones. I think they defend them the same. If we're lucky, we'll sink some ships and we'll get flotsam rewards that are actually what we're after. Probably won't get many legendaries, but we'll see. We're capped on points again, so I'm going to give a couple of these, see if we can find the civil technology guy we're after. It's not any of them. Last one that we can afford. Not these either. It's fine, we'll just keep going until we unlock the guy who provides bank if you've got electricity. Okay, you've moved yourself forward too far.
Ship under attack.
Pumping smoke, Admiral.
Pull away. The actual, yeah, whatever that's called, trading post itself is an issue. Try and hunt these boats out of the way. They've got a lot of health. Unless I just missed it. Might have missed it.
Ship under attack.
It's an airship coming under air attack. That's really not good.
Skies are clear.
Presumably he's got flak turrets here that are gonna... Yeah, we need to suspend that as well.
Onwards.
Just go sit there until this whole thing is done. So how's this guy?
Engines underway.
Yeah, just want you to like sit there and keep going. We'll see.
Battle deck to attention.
He's having a fight with him. Probably going to need to repair after. That's a ship landing. He is just running away. Fine, let's... using only one ship to assault an island is not good, because if you stop it, it suspends the siege, so... into range of that cannon.
Churning water, Admiral.
We might need to, from the looks of it. There should be just about okay if we can hit it. Yep, good.
A fire broke out.
It's great timing to have a random fire. Station in here, although the other one might be okay. Oh, we've got a whole bunch of riots here as well. That's
I've uncovered
a police station there, it'll be okay.
Didn't take you for a Janus face.
Bit busy for quests. We're going to lose that ship. Didn't realise it was under attack. This is the epitome of me wishing we had not had AI players in the game. What autosaves have we got? How far back can we go? We've got tons. That's days and... is it never... oh, I guess it never overwrites an autosave. That's not best practice, but okay. I mean, it gives us lots of options now, I suppose. What happens if we go back 10 minutes? Because I am not interested in playing this war. Really not. I think it's more than 10 minutes we need to go back, but then we try and give him some money to increase his diplomatic opinion, I guess, before he declares it. It's, yeah. We're not ready for a war. We're not military equipped. So we will lose it, I guess, and I don't know. It's not like the pirates who just gradually harass you a little bit. It's like all of our trade routes are going to stop. While we've successfully removed the rum trade route, which is really big positive, we haven't successfully removed the other ones. So until we can get enough oil in Crown Falls without a trade route from the New World, which is never going to happen, I don't think. I mean, it could be possible. Could be worth trying to achieve that. At this point, I would certainly rather not lose all those ships to a random war that didn't happen. So, definitely still at war at this point, yes. So we need to go further back. Just don't want to go too far back is the thing, because, well, you know, it's 10 minutes. What if we go half an hour back? I don't remember what we did immediately before the war, so I won't necessarily recognise it. I want to load the one where we're just at war, so I can then load the one immediately before that, and we'll be in the right spot. See where we end up. It was about half an hour, because it wasn't long after I came back from break that it happened. Needing to do this makes me really wish I'd put everything onto an SSD. Although the save files might be, I suppose. It might not be making a difference if it saves to the C drive. Just put the rum in, so we're not at war now. What did we do after putting the rum in that... I mean, that's there and good, so... It's all moved. That clay pit has not been moved. Let's load one further forward. It was 07, so let's try 12. See if that's okay or not. To say there was no warning kind of was. He's been at low diplomatic opinion for a long time. Because he could have come up with the pop-up saying, give me money or there'll be war, like the pirates do. Then I could have given him the money, given him a bit more money, asked for a quest, and perhaps avoided it. But knowing me, I probably wouldn't have. I probably would have said, okay, we'll have war, and then lost it. But there we go. Where are we now? Still on slow. We've spent some research points. We're not at war. On 9 reputation. It really did drop without me paying attention. This seems about the right spot. Don't know if we load the next one just to see. I don't really want to spend time loading the next one. I want to save this as our pre-war guess. I'm going to be loading all day. Oh, but that clay pit hasn't moved.
We can't shut this. Your ship has returned from its voyage.
This is when I was on break. Because those ships have just arrived and need to be sold. And the war is not long after, so I think here's the place we play from. I might miss something. I might not do something I did last time. Maybe I'll check back through the VOD and see if there's anything I forget and need to do because we made a mess of it or whatever, but we'll see. So let's sort this out. Actually, no, we played a bit after this because I put a whole bunch of I don't know at what point the war came. Let's just play on and deal with it. Moved and rebuilt that. Gonna remove all this. Move the fire station to a road. And have 6 brick factories up here. Move these around a bit for the warehousing. That's all good. Don't know what else we might have done. Change some things in here, maybe. I don't think so. Oh yeah, we replaced weapons with something else. That's not important. At this point we want to stop whatever it was that caused the war between now and then. So that's at least that bit not forgotten about and progressing, so that's all fine. Let's try and prevent the war at this point and deal with whatever else after. So if he's on 9, how can we boost that? Near certain chance of flattery success.
Like balloon
Good.
Juice.
Medium high gift
Thank
chance.
the blooming saints.
Thankful. 14 still not a big number. High chance of another flatter.
Pervert.
That's undone our work. No chance of gift. So our best bet is to ask for a quest. No chance of non-aggression. Okay.
Come later. I'll see what
Doesn't
I
have a
can pull out
quest.
me out.
Okay. So what can we do? Sometimes he gives quests that boosts Beryl's opinion, so can we get a quest off her that might boost his opinion?
I've given all my work to me urchin.
Doesn't have one. I don't know them. Don't know what else we could do. I mean, he's constantly flying over, dropping propaganda on us, so he deserves to be beaten up. I just don't think there's anything we can do different at this point that will help us win that war. We can maybe save some ships by moving them to safety earlier. Then consolidate our fleet together and attack a single island. Which might as well be here at the Cape, I guess. Let's do it. Let's just preempt the war by starting the war ourselves. So this trade route is insubstantial anyway. People have to make do without whatever trade routes are delivering.
On our way.
Isn't great. Hopefully they've got enough stocks to last a while.
From its void.
So yeah, military ship there. Got any other ships in this region? Yes, the one delivering the fur.
Reporting.
Ought to be safe making that journey. It's a very short journey. So that's fine by me. Spectacles could keep safe. In the New World, we've got a few ships. We've got all the intercession ones, but I want to stop them in the Cape, I guess. Right, Plantain one. Where's a defended island? Another. This one's probably the best one. Though again, got no anti-air. Park everyone up.
Fleet moving in convoy.
I did this one already, but yep, send him there anyway.
Airborne and ready to go.
Quetzalcoatl, let's just keep you above the island, vaguely safe.
Clear.
So they come for you, I think. You should go to where we think the safest spot is. Don't think it's safe, but safer.
Fleet
You
ready.
guys as well. You. They're not all going to fit there. I think it's probably not going to be that well defended, but still, whatever.
To your
You
stations.
and where's the other guy? Oh, that's pretty good defended. We'll move a few people into here subsequently.
Good and ready.
You should come park up as well. Use this list, can't I? This will be better. Battle cruiser, go to the Cape. Other battle cruiser,
Pumping smoke, Admiral.
go to the Cape. This oil tanker is still doing its route, which we should stop. It's probably safe behind here unless they intentionally come round to get to it. Should be fine.
say
Just
the
move
word.
you to this island. Old World. We've got this guy and some guys down the middle here. What is well defended? This is best defended. Getting that space there. Battle cruiser to the Cape. Before I forget, want to grab one of the battle cruisers on this map.
Battle cruiser on the warpath.
Send him to pick up that range item from this island before he comes. Can I? Yeah, we won't get an instruction when he gets there, is what
Stations.
I would like to be told when he arrives at that point, so I don't forget he's there. But no big deal. I think everyone here is moving off. Yeah, so these two. Let's swing them by the shop.
Don't
Let's
tell
get these
me I
guys out
missed
of the
it.
way. Not fussed about the 5
Sir
grand from not selling the rung.
Archibald.
Let's just get them out of the way. Okay, so we should lose fewer ships to begin with. Then I don't know whether I'm grouping up in the Cape mostly because I want, like, if we're going to clear him off a map, that's the quickest one to clear him off of. So why not? Arctic, I don't think he's even here. It's only Beryl. Don't know how that worked, but now we know not to annoy Beryl because that won't end well for us. Then Baser. He's got a cargo ship here, but I don't see him on an island.
Hang on a minute.
So that should be fine. Luckily, because we've got, like I say, no military here at all.
Battle deck to attention.
This guy can come to this shop and see if we can get anything good. Should be fine. We've still got people between sessions on these routes. And they're heading a direction I wish they weren't. We can defend them better at the Cape than we can defend them in the New World. Although if they're coming this way, this means we've got a bit of time before the war.
A new commission.
As they were the other side before. I should suspend the route, pause it. Then they'll all group up at the entrance to the New World and we can send them specifically to the Cape for defence. This guy doesn't look like he's been instructed. We'll try it. That guy's on his way out.
New orders.
This one's still going back and forth. Tell them to stop in there. It's our battle cruiser, that one. Good. Take some time to get across here, I guess.
Battle cruiser on the warpath.
Pick that item up. We could send Goblin Shark 2 with some items because it's very quick. It's got no weapons, so what's the point? Now we'll leave all that, that's fine. Really. Also, I mean, we can see what we can buy. We've got 33 million to go through to try and make this quick. Let's see what these guys can pick up from the shop. Well, an epic rocket barrage might help. Haven't seen one in action, but they're so expensive that I'm hoping they can knock out a lot of harbour buildings quickly. Let's buy one and try it. It's 12.5 million, but want to try it. It's probably excessive. We won't buy 2. Just in case that is a massive waste of money. Still want the epic range item. That's going to be the best thing to have on every ship. Because they can all hang back and do a good amount of damage. And just health, I guess, and hit points. Yeah, hit points is the key, in my opinion. Better heat exchanger. Could do. Just move it onto other ships when we all get together. That's what we really want. So they are 2 well outfitted ships. At least, so they can go to the Cape to Crown Falls, start their journey, assemble the fleet. They're all parked up in there. So Old World is now sorted and good. Is this guy pulling up here? Just needs to take that. He can go to the Cape. We are all good in the New World. Ah, no, I just need to send these guys. Also, I want to keep them safe at Crown Falls. 3 of them. Are there more on the way? Yes. From the looks of it. Ship. Oh, that's the battle cruiser heading out. That's good. So in the Cape, has our guy reached the shop? Yep. see what we can buy here. Wrong button. That's the one we're after. It's mostly epic items, isn't it? That's what we're after. There are some people who can also increase attack range on a ship, which would be nice to have. Stack together and get really far range, then we do good damage. A bit here. 10% attack range might be better than nothing. I'd rather keep going and try and get the better ones. A few of the really good ones would be better than lots of the bad ones, I think. Ships can fulfill different roles. Some of them can hit the shore and others can defend those. Really much here. Worse than we did in the other timeline. Keeps giving us the same one. Hell, I'm not too concerned about movement speed. Wasn't last time, still not. It may be helpful, but I don't think 15% is going to make much of a difference to a fight. Worried about not getting better ones, so let's... Yeah, I'm not sure 10% is enough to outrange the defensive buildings. It could be. Can't remember what we used last time. Getting lots of salvager items rather than the military ones that I really want. Good amount of rare scopes. Spread them around the other ships, where it will be useful to some degree. I think we go up here now. Best we click forever. Probably return to normal speed now. Everyone's been given their instruction. Everyone apart from that guy. And that guy, so I can keep going. This guy's white flagged. That guy... Oh, he's the guy selling stuff around here. Interesting. I definitely want to park him up because he's a more expensive ship. Still want to send a bunch of weapons to the other island to get that defended. Because we haven't done that yet. Complacent, not knowing that a war was coming. Send the flagship white flagged to do that.
Awaiting new horizons.
Another ship coming in from the Arctic, I guess. Keep him away. How are we doing in the New World? Stations. 2 more oil ships have arrived, so let's send them to the Cape. Their safety.
Now we've a taste. Battle cruiser ready.
This guy's got some distance to go, but hopefully he gets there before the fight begins. We may, I mean, that single flattery might have averted the war as far as I know, but not knowing means we're going to go to war with him whether he wants to or not, because I've set all the trade ships aside, worried for their safety, so I'm just going to sit around waiting. When we're in position, if he hasn't already declared the war, we will do it. And find out what it takes to end a war, I guess. Should be
just say the word.
Something to learn. It's the first of the military ships assembled. So we
Ready
got...
for a challenge.
This guy was between sessions, so let's send him to park up as well. Yeah. Not really what we wanted to be doing with that time, but I can't juggle. It's the thing about the game, really. You can't juggle too much at once. no doubt other things we would like to be doing at the moment. But I wouldn't be able to build and war and everything, so it is too much to juggle for sure. Even on without, you know, I'm often at higher speed, but even at regular speed. Another one of them. Still not got the item we want, that's fine. We'll keep trying as we go. Yeah, we won't fiddle with too much more, don't want to make things harder. We can take out 2 empty Harbour Master offices while we're waiting on things. If we can find 2 empty Harbour Master offices, there's one. Probably one on this island, yep. It's a bit of tidying up done. There's that one, last one to leave. Old world, all good. Just that guy to leave and to make it across the intercession. I guess that's where everyone else is now.
Horizons.
Let's have a look. Yep. Battle cruiser there. Those. No, that's gold ore. Those battle cruisers. They look like it. So those are the ones coming out of the old world. Should come around to the Cape. That gold ore clipper we want to get safe as well. It's coming from the Arctic. We've still got a couple going to Envesa as well. We should try and grab them. Everyone's coming to the Cape now. Last one's going to be the one coming out of the New World. So we sit in the Cape and grab them as they come in and make sure they're all going to the right place. Then hopefully we can keep everyone alive this time round. Drop the weapons off, so let's build some kind of defense here. Get a couple of big ones. Can we? Interesting. What's advanced weapons? I didn't think we had advanced weapons. Thought, yeah, we do. 40 advanced weapons. Don't know where they've come from, but okay. Let's put a big Betty in. I'm not sure if it's the best weapon or not. An anti-armor gun. That sounds pretty cool. Not sure how many of their ships are. Yeah, I would rather have flame towers because they're using more old ships still. Would like some flak emplacements as well. To be the only island that has them, but there we go. Guess we can go put a bunch in. Yeah, that'll do. Let's bring our flagship up here anyway so that everyone's in the same place. We want a repair crane for the guys coming in with new items that have increased their health. We get one. Yeah, there's a repair crane for the docklands, so let's
Your ship
on the
has
end, I
returned
guess.
from its voyage.
Ready for action.
Let's get him repairing. That's one of the trade ships that needs to be told to park. Won't be going on an expedition right now. These guys are coming in to park as well.
Fleet embarking.
We're getting there. Slowly. Got weapons on this island, so did I put flak here before? I did, okay. Are there any islands perhaps here in the old world where we are capable of building a flak emplacement? For whatever reason we can. No. No weapons there. No weapons there. No weapons there, so that's not going to happen. We do have weapons here, interesting. At least put one in, or more. Let's keep our airships here on the island that has got flak emplacements and spare weapons.
Engines engaged.
Let's going to be able to defend them a little bit, hopefully enough, against one of the little armed airships they send. No weapons there, or there, or here. So just fingers crossed for them, I guess.
Could this be my lucky island?
Aye.
That's going to cause a war if I say no to him. But it's disappeared, so I can't say anything else. Interesting. As I popped away. So do we say... I mean, we're going to go to war to him. Now's not perfect timing, but it's good enough. So I think we say no like I normally would. We just throw a... No, flattery or money isn't going to delay anything. Expecting him to still declare war because of me saying no to that. Which is fine. We may lose some of the ships that haven't made the journey yet. Kind of giant fish under the water there. Interesting.
To your stations.
That guy's repairing. Doesn't have a range boost, so let's give him one from here.
A one-time offer.
He wants me to pay him for non-aggression. We're too late for that.
Have you forgot all I taught you?
Don't want to spend 5 hours not fighting because we're probably going to be ready in a couple. We want to repair more. He's going to build regular repair cranes to get things moving. To fit things into that specific space. Repair crane. I can't fit it there. Okay, well let's put them over this side. Send those guys over there. He's going to give one of his spare scopes to him. They've both got the better scopes, so they're good shippies. It's the fur guy, so he's okay. Schnaps guy, I think I already said, but let's instruct him again to park up. These guys I've already instructed, that's all good then. This guy from Envesa and that guy. Need to catch them before they sail away. They need to park up too, which... yeah, space to keep boats safe in, I guess. Should be okay there, between guns and guns. These two are ready-ish. Having refused that non-aggression, that's the kind of warning that I was expecting to have had last time, that he would offer something where we pay to avoid the war. That was that non-aggression pact. That's what I wish would happen. Make sure that happens every time so that I know that I'm making a decision about whether I get attacked or not. But there you go. Didn't happen last time. Unless I just clicked through it and ignored it. Okay, still waiting for a couple of warships, are we?
To your stations.
One more from the New World, I think, is still on the way. That's all we're waiting on. This guy here. And then that'll be it. And he's already got a scope, so we bought one too many scopes. That's okay.
Battle deck to attention.
Big deal.
Your ship
Put this one onto the island and
Aye.
oh no, this guy. Don't know where he came from. But he hasn't got one, so he can have the last one. Perfect. Perfect number of scopes then. Hopefully. Going.
Battle path set.
We start at his little island or his big one. Probably the little one. See if we can just knock that out quick. And if one island being seized is enough to scare him out of the war, then perfect. If not, try the next one. Guess we'll have a problem if seizing both of the islands on this map doesn't scare him out of the war. Then we'll need to travel into session to another map to try and seize an island there.
New orders?
Let's speed time up, but be ready to slow it down if he does declare. Just waiting on one more battle cruiser to arrive and these ones to heal, and then we'll be good. Ship's just pulled into the map on the bottom left, so should be it. These guys just need to heal up, and then we can put them all in a good spot, right distance from the island. Oh, it's not a fish under the water. It's an airship that's flying above and reflecting. That's but I was going crazy before seeing fish in the water. There's the guy. He's healing as well. Okay, that's fine. We'll bring him in there to heal. May actually be a good point to just wipe Wibblesock off the map completely. And all of the maps completely, I mean. To go back to the old world, the new world, and take all the islands. Just be done with him. Because ultimately we do want to do that, to remove the headache. It's a big distraction. It's not what I wanted to be doing now. I wanted to be working on other things, but if a hand is forced to focus on this, then maybe the next stream's main focus is knocking at least one of the AI players out, and then perhaps we do another if we've got the military equipment to do it.
Battle deck to ascension.
Then we might as well get it done. But I would, yeah, like I say, still like some flak monitors to escort these guys. Really an option. Steam Shipyard needs power, which we don't have. Don't have an item that provides power to harbour buildings. Must exist. Increase how many people are researching. Why not? Speed those two up a bit. Although we need them quickly. Electricity. What we've already unlocked. See if there's something we've already unlocked we could use. Just quickly build one and use it. Production buildings, don't think that counts, so no. An item we could quickly buy.
You've got me by the dirry giblets.
No, definitely not.
Airskin, dogskin.
Possibly something we could salvage into, but I don't think we've got enough scrap to do that immediately. Coastal production in shipyards provides electricity, yeah. Increases fire chance, sure, but what would we need? 10 filament, 5 something I don't recognise. Whatever it is, I don't think we're manufacturing it. It's like a trike, and 15 scrap, of course, on top, which we may or may not have. Could it be that? Could it be steam carriage? Probably that item was steam carriage, which we don't have. We haven't even unlocked, so that's not going to happen either. No big deal. Let's get this guy healed. I'm not particularly keen to actually fight this war this evening. There's 45 minutes left in this session, and I'm grumpy about having to do it in the first place. So, with this guy healed, I think we'll just get into position, save it, and then the next stream our focus will be fighting and winning that war. Fortunately, but there we go. Let's speed time up to get this guy healed. I'm surprised he hasn't already declared. I mean, it's been some time since we declined the generous offer of non-aggression, but there we go. This is a really small, simple island. We should be able to knock this out, and hopefully attempting to knock it out scares him into bringing his ships over to defend it, and then we can pick them off. This is concerning. 3 Calibris. We've got no anti-air. That's very concerning. We can temporarily give electricity. That will have a big impact on the island because we do not have enough oil for it. Actually, I forgot about this power plant. We can put it here because we haven't upgraded the road to start with, which will take the power all the way out to sea. Completely forgot about this one. We can get a steamship yard on the end there. We've got a warehouse, so it's there, and we can queue up some flak monitors. They don't require, well, they do require advanced weapons, but we've got some for whatever reason. Not many. We had some on the other island, didn't we? So let's send our white flagged guy. Reason. Come over and pick these 40 up. We can go make 4 more flak monitors. I don't think we'd like. I hope we don't immediately need them. Engineer workforce has gone negative. I'm just gonna 300 up, like so. It's fine. With those 3 guys there, I don't really want to start the war here. Maybe we go to the other island where they don't have the airships. They might bring them over, but they're not here to start with. It seems like a better... don't know. Kind of just want to knock it out. Maybe we wait for those flak monitors to be built before we do start. So that's the ranging.
Battle cruiser ready.
Just stop about there.
Battle path set.
Well, I guess we should put the ones with the slightly longer range at the back. Don't know about the range of a rocket barrage, but
Battle deck to attention.
Need on this one in front.
Churning water, Admiral.
Those positions should be good. Yeah, like I say, I think we queue up all the flank monitors we can. We'll go fast speed, and as many as we can get built before he declares, we do. And if he doesn't declare and we build all 5, then we've got all 5. Not sure how we're going to defend them, really. Whether we're going to be able to defend them, but give it a go.
Orders for us.
Don't know about that range as well, I guess. Ah, they're leaving. Okay. Okay, that simplifies things and we won't need to wait. We'll just grab those items and there we go, and bring them over. So they are over here. And queue up the flank monitors, I guess, in case, because they're going to come, those 3 airships still exist. They're going to be in the fight. There we go. There's no guns on this side of the island, are there? Let's fix that too. That could be important. Short of something to do so. Get the air in as well. We're short of the influence to do so. That's important. Okay.
Seductive chart.
Fine. Which means we're also not going to be able to create this ship, so we need to reduce. Can't remove any of our invested influence in optimization without losing the maintenance cost bonus, which I don't want to do. So we've not really got much else invested other than in ships. We could intentionally sink some trade ships in order to
New horizons.
free things up. I mean, this one's not really doing much. Let's delete that route and I think you can scupper them, can you? Have to sell it off.
Coordinate plotted.
And a single schooner's not going to get us much, but I mean, send it off to get sunk. or sold if it makes it successfully.
Ready
It's
for
not great. We could remove perhaps a few of the other guns around the place. Let's remove that one, for example. That can go over the other side, and one of these perhaps. Let us build in a couple of these. Yeah, we need a lot more influence for that. That's fine. We'll do without. It ought to be enough to... We didn't see him attacking with any big fleet, just with a few gunboats that were floating around, so not foreseeing a problem. Like I say, we won't be able to actually... It looks like we've invested the 10 in that, so we'll have at least one flag monitor up. Let's get it built. We're going to queue the others up until we get influence freed up by losing other ships, I guess.
good and ready.
Not much to be done for it. Perhaps some of these routes could be done with fewer, with a smaller ship, a ship that costs less influence, perhaps. To free some up. Don't know. Or we need to grow, you know, more investors, more population would increase our influence and allow us to build more. Is what it is. They look well spaced, ready to open fire. Get this one guy out, sat beside them to do something. Don't know. Those 3 little airships he's got might be able to destroy a flag monitor, as far as I know, in terms of balance. Depends on the rock, paper, scissors of it all. I'm assuming that the battlecruiser doesn't have any anti-air. It doesn't say anything about it, so I have assumed it's none when it might be a little.
Ship constructed.
There we go. We have Emerald Skies, 1 flag monitor. Let's bring him to join the fleet. Good bonuses as well, attack speed and damage and stuff. Could do well. If we're on our way past the shop, let's give it another go for... I guess any item that increases damage, attack speed, attack range for this guy specifically. See what we might be able to get. Not 5% range, that's not worth having. Doesn't give much, does it? I mean, hit points, but I don't want to send him back to heal, so probably should give him hit points, but still. There's the big long range one, you can have that. Sunday roast. When activated, temporarily gives lots of food. That's cool. I think we're going to get any other good item here. Rare heat exchanger, but again, don't really want to send him to heal.
Deep down, I know you're a tattle.
And that's it. Let's just accept that and move him in. How far are we? We don't have non-aggression with either of the pirates, so they're about to declare war as well. Well, buy that for 12 grand, definitely. And that for 10. Okay, they're going to leave us alone for 5 hours. That's brilliant. They won't distract us while we're fighting, I guess. But there you go, I've sent that instruction, and I, like I say, I don't want to spend the next half hour actually doing that war. I'm disheartened from the first attempt going so poorly, so I will wrap things up here instead, and we will fight this war in the next session at the start of it and see how it goes and how much further we can go from there. Assuming his opinion has dropped even further, so we're definitely not going to avoid it. Now's a good spot with that non-aggression with the pirates, so that will be the next session. Let me drop our regular save into place and we'll wrap things up for the night. If I press the right button, we will. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining tonight, stopping by. If you've been chatting, if you've just been lurking and hanging out, really do appreciate it. Like I say every time, it really does mean a huge amount for people to be here and watching and stuff. Nice stream. Thank you, Aki. Appreciate that. So Anno will be back on Saturday the 7th, again at 2 PM GMT like usual, and we'll be doing this fight. I have no idea how long it might take, but it could be the whole 8 hours of just smashing down every island we come across, hopefully, and getting rid of the AI players for good, at least one of them in that session, I hope. Other than that, I will be back tomorrow, as previously mentioned. Factorio again tomorrow. It could be the last stream in our vanilla Peaceful Factory, picking up a last couple of achievements. So I would like to finish those off tomorrow, fingers crossed. And then Factorio on Sunday as well. We'll be doing something a bit different, all being well. But you know, we'll take it easy. We'll see how it goes on the day. See what we get, and just chill out and build stuff. That's what we do mostly around here. So that's the immediate plan. There's obviously a quiet night tonight. I'm probably not going to hang around and watch anyone else, so I won't be raiding again. We will just wrap the stream up and end it here. So just time to once again say thank you very much, everyone, for watching, however you're watching, and for all the support I've had so far. Hope to see you again soon. Have a good night. Night.